Sorry everyone, it took me a little bit longer to get started today. The GF was like, she was like, I have a bump on my neck. What's wrong with my neck? And I had to check it out. I had to go inspect her boo-boo to see if she was gonna be okay. She's fine. She's fine. She just gave herself little boo-boos. I don't know how. I don't know. You know girls though, they just be getting, you know how girls just be having like random bruises, random bumps every now and then? It's just like, I don't know, runs with the territory. I don't know how they do it. But yeah, apparently that's just what's up. Hey guys, what's going on? Hello. What's up everybody? Welcome back to another episode of the meme stream. I'm the host of the Nightmare, Shark300, and I'm happy to have you. Hope you guys are doing well. I think today might be a little bit of a shorter stream, mostly because I need to do some editing in the back end. I got some where we're stacked up on seggies. So once I finish these two, the two that I really want to get through for today, I don't think there can be much yapping after that. So yeah, that's what we got right now. And there's some interesting stuff to talk about today. So I think it's gonna be fun. But I'm happy to see you all again. We're back to the just about daily streams, which does feel pretty good, I can't lie. And hopefully we'll be right after this, I'll be back to the just about daily uploads as well. If you want to catch those uploads early, make sure to become a member for $2 a month on the YouTube channel. It's pretty good. You get to check some stuff early. It's gonna be fun. If you want to see what I'm cooking up before anybody else gets a little peek, and before I change things up a little bit. I usually change things up before the upload goes live. Sometimes I'll re-upload something if it needs a little change, and you get to see some of that stuff in the back end. It's pretty fun. I'm also thinking like sometime maybe even doing like member only streams. Just talk about some other stuff that I didn't get to during stream. Maybe like once, twice a week something. So I guess well think about that. I'm just not sure yet. So just look out for it. But I hope you guys are doing well. What's up? What's up? Just got home from top surgery. Yo, I hope you're okay. It's lost 6 pounds. Yo, they be cutting your meat off, huh? Oh, congratulations. I'm glad it went well. Well, it sounds like it went well, right? Because you're back and you're chilling. Happy for you, friendo. Congrats. Hope the healing process goes well. Make sure to clean your wounds and everything. That's very important. Your stitches or whatever. Congrats. Huge love. So yeah, that's what we got going on right now. Lost 8 pounds. It was insane. You have to get your top surgery. Do you feel lighter? Do you feel like you're wearing moon shoes or something? Like how much lighter do you feel? Like 8 pounds is kind of a lot. That's like a that's like a couple months of like exercising and like weight loss dedication right there. Now I'm gonna let him marinate. Okay, kind of badass. You can become the bacteria goblin. Had a rather large rack, I can't lie. God damn. Okay, no need to brag. Chill. When you get stuff removed like that, when you go to the doctor, can you like ask to keep it? Something like that? Like if you go through top surgery and you get your like tits removed, can you ask to take them home or something? Like you can put them in like a cooler, then go to like a taxidermist and have them like put it on a plaque or something. That'd be kind of cool, like hang it above the fireplace. They send them to pathology. Okay, like I know they send them to pathology. I'm saying like, do they need to send them to pathology, right? That's basically my whole thing. Like, does it have to be that way, or can you be like, give me that? Because in my personal opinion, if the doctors ever take anything off of me like that large that I like grew myself, I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'm like, give me that. That's mine. I took my wisdom teeth. Well, I took the last. They obliterated four. I got my when I got my wisdom teeth removed. I had four. I needed four removed. And I needed sorry, I had four removed and I wanted to keep them. They obliterated three of the four, but they were able to extract one in its full shape. It had a little bit of meat stuck to it too, and they put in a little baggie for me, and I was able to take it home, thankfully. It really is mine. Like I made that. Like there was a guy who I saw on Reddit while I was scrolling Reddit the other day, who got the reason why I bring it up because I saw a guy on Reddit while I was scrolling on that hell site the other day, where he was in a motorcycle accident and he had to have his foot amputated, like just above the ankle. But he told the doctors that oh my gosh, one second. Wait, I'm so sorry. One second. Sorry. I just got a call from a family member, and then they just didn't say anything. And I was like, hello. They wouldn't say anything. So I was like, man, what's going on? Just to be sure, I wanted to go check on them, make sure they're okay, you know, because it's kind of weird. People don't do that very often. But they were fine. It was an accidental call. Oh, anyways, yeah. So he was able to he had to get his foot removed because he was in a motorcycle accident, but he said he wanted to keep his foot. And you know what the doctor said? They were like, all right. And so they put it in a plastic bag for him, and he was able to freezer, and he just keeps it in his freezer. And when he entertains and has like his friends over, they like to play like hot potato with his frozen toes. Doctors love giving goofy body parts back. I mean, I'm glad. Once again, it's mine. I grew it. You can't take it from me. They're like ducks at the park, you know? They're free, but the government doesn't want to tell you that they're free, because they can't stop you from taking them. Also, Alec, I'm sorry I didn't respond to your DM about the invitation, but yes, I would love to go. Yes, I would love. I told the GF about it, and me and her would love to go. Do you have 4chan? Do you have 4chan? I've never been on 4chan in my entire life, but you don't have a 4chan, right? You don't make an account on 4chan and you become like a 4. You don't have a 4chan, right? Or am I wrong? I thought it was just like you log on, and when you say something, your comment is assigned a number. Don't go there, not worth it. Yeah, my doctors who took both of mine and my sister's wisdom teeth didn't ask if I wanted to keep them. That's the thing. That's what I'm telling you. They don't tell you that they're free and you can take them home with you. They just want you to never ask. What they do is that they put you to sleep, and then they take them away when you're asleep, so you don't even have the potential to give consent about whether or not you want your shit taken from you. And don't you think that's kind of fucked up? if you kind of think about, like, if you put your mind to it, don't you think it's kind of messed up that you go to the doctor for like sometimes life-saving care, and it's like the boob fairy, the like organ fairy, something like that. Like while you're asleep, they don't like ask you before they put you to sleep whether or not you want to keep the stuff they're about to take and then throw away. They put you to sleep. They like cross their fingers hoping that you don't ask to keep it before you go to sleep, and then they quickly rush to put you into like a medically induced coma that makes you physically impossible of giving consent. And then guess what? Right after that, then right after that, your shit's gone, and you can't. And if you wake up and you're like, "Can I have it back?" They're like, "Oops, sorry, we already incinerated it. Sorry, it's already in 15 plastic bags 3 blocks down the road, being thrown into an incinerator at this very moment. It's sitting around other bags filled with the most lethal diseases known to mankind. And so no, you can't have it back." And you're like, "What the hell?" It's just kind of wrong. It's just kind of wrong. So yeah, you have to be proactive about it and tell them that you want to keep the stuff they're about to take off of you or out of you before they put you into the medically induced non-consensual coma, so they can take things from you without your consent and then throw them away. So that's just my personal opinion. I'm not gonna be real with you. But oh yeah, anyways, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure to like the stream so other people can find it. Leave a like, bestie. We got some stuff to talk about today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Somebody brought their amputated leg to a meet and greet with their favorite drag queen, Katya, who loves taxidermy and stuff. And she was ecstatic. There's a pic of it online. Yeah, okay. You guys want to like talk about some stuff today? Did you guys see this? I didn't know that this happened, but apparently the Kamala Harris did a Pennsylvania town hall. I didn't see this actually, and it was a full interview with Ari Melber from MSNBC. Voters organized to educate, it seems, with the Marshall Project, stuff like that, in Pennsylvania, exactly the place where she needs to be spending a lot of her time. It's a Pennsylvania prison town. Oh, my bad. This is from 2019. Sorry, never mind. They debated me. Oh, they got me. Oh, I've been obliterated. Never mind. Anyways, that was from 5 years ago. I have been horribly debated. I have been cursed with fake news. I've been cursed with fake news. But anyways, I want to watch, there's a little Ari Melber clip. I was like, how do we like soak up some of the time in the middle of streams? And then I was like, why don't we just watch like, I don't know, random videos on MSNBC? And so let's watch some random videos on MSNBC while we chill for a moment. Some Ari Melber about the red wall.
Presidential debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. A lot of clues and signs that it is barreling forward, that it is on, and that's even amidst the very Trumpian way that it has been publicly debated. Yes, they debate the debates these days. But Trump did, in writing, post online that he will debate Harris. That reflects a further kind of reiteration of what had been expected. He has largely claimed he will do the debate and wants to do the debate, but there has been squabbling over the details. But best we can tell you tonight, we have public statements from both sides and the moderators, the ABC hosts, saying that this thing is still on September 10th in Philadelphia.
Yeah, so that's not surprising. So even though Trump does seem like he kind of wants to wiggle out of the debate, and it seems like he's been trying to lay the groundwork for doing so, I don't think either want to skip the debate. I don't think it would be good for either to skip the debate, mostly because when it comes to Kamala Harris, she wants to have her time to have a split screen with Donald Trump because she thinks that's going to make her look really good. And skipping the debate for her will look bad because there's already a little narrative out there about her not doing enough interviews and her needing more policy out there or whatever. Even though I do think, I'm just going to be honest with you, people who want to vote for Kamala Harris already aren't really the type of people who are going to be scouring her campaign website for policy specifics like too wild. I'm going to be honest. Like, a lot of people are going to be people who just decide whether or not they're going to vote for her, for one, if she has a D or R by her name, and two, if like the things that they hear about her and the people who they know, how they talk about her as well. So I personally haven't heard. Chad, have you heard just normal people? I'm not talking about people who are like concern trolling or anything. Like, have you heard like people who normally vote for Democrats or anything, or are open to voting for Democrats, complain about not seeing too much of Kamala Harris's policy? Like, I feel like if you just watch any number of her speeches, that you can very clearly see that she does give enough policy specifics for you to make a decision about whether or not you're even open to voting for her. Yo, what's up, Argo? I'm happy to have you back, buddy. Nice to see you, buddy. Hope you're doing well. Just make sure you DM me back. Yeah, I got you. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, I haven't heard people say that type of stuff personally. I haven't seen it. I'm gonna be real. Most people think that I think most people have just seen enough, or have seen as much as they want, especially if they look at the DNC speech. I've seen some people concern trolling. What's concern trolling? Have you ever had somebody like kind of nitpick something, not because they genuinely care or are interested in something, but to like kind of be passive aggressive, antagonize, and or hide their intentions, something like that. You know the idea of coming by and being like, like the whole like you missed a spot thing, just trying to like antagonize somebody a bit. That's concern trolling, like nitpicking for the specific reason of finding problem, nitpicking for the specific reason of pretending to care more than you actually do. Stuff like that. That's what concern trolling is. Seems like most Democrats are happy about Kamala Harris. Yeah, I mean, most Democrats are pretty happy with her. Most Democrats are I feel pretty good about Kamala Harris, about voting for her. So I haven't seen actual Democrats really complain that much. I've seen like journalists, I've seen the journos and the talking heads and the pundits and people concern trolling about that type of stuff, but I haven't seen anybody who's an actual like Dem or like Dem adjacent person complain much about Kamala Harris's lack of policy specifics.
Now, Trump had threatened to skip the debate, and there had been a dispute about the microphones and whether the old system that had been agreed upon in that first, now infamous Biden-Trump debate would be held over or not. There were reports that Team Trump basically wanted to stay with the muted microphones that were used this year in the Biden debate, but weren't usually the way it was done in past cycles. Harris.
Oh yeah, this is really interesting. So you guys might have heard this story, but basically this broke yesterday. While we were streaming, but I think we talked about it. I forget. I forget if we talked about it, but basically what happened is that Kamala Harris's campaign has been in negotiation with ABC and the Trump campaign for the rules of the debate on September 10th. And what happened was that the Harris campaign wants to change some of the rules, well, and specifically the rule around the muted microphones. The Harris campaign doesn't want the microphones to be muted, like for the back and forth, and the Trump campaign is doing everything in their power to make sure that the microphones are muted during the other person talking, like the other person's like allotted time frame to speak, specifically because they don't think Donald Trump can handle himself with not saying the N-word while Kamala Harris is criticizing him live on stage. Something they just don't think he can control himself. He would just look bad if he was able to speak while Kamala Harris was speaking. And honestly, they are right about one thing, which is that yeah, if Donald Trump is allowed to speak, if he has the latitude to be able to act a fool, he will. Like, I think we've had 10 years basically to prove that that's right. Any debate where the microphones aren't just muted when the other person's when it's the other person's time to talk has absolutely resulted in the guy going off the deep end completely. And every single debate, which he is forced to act like a normal human being, are debates where he's seen better in, specifically because like when he's forcefully locked in to his booster seat and when he's on rails, he seems less like an unhinged person when he's forced to be on rails. But once he's able to just do his own thing, he absolutely goes crazy. Like, you know for a fact he's gonna have she turned black. I don't know why she wants to bring up race when she changes color like a chameleon. One day she was all about promoting Indian heritage, her Indian mom, and then one day she just turned black after her dad went to go get milk and didn't come back. She was missing something, so she just turned black. He's gonna do something crazy like that. Black. She just turned black. It's just so obviously the Harris campaign wants like a split screen of Harris being like, "Mr. Trump, I'm speaking. Mr. Trump, can you act normal, please, for the American people?" While Trump starts like spinning out and going crazy because he will if he's given the opportunity to. Which is super funny that's like an actual sticking point, because Trump's always complained about the fact that he's been forced to be on rails, but the second he's given the option to get off, he has like he's like back and forth on it. He's trying to listen to his advisors a little bit more. I've been seeing usually like in the last couple election cycles, he has not listened to his advisors almost at all. But these little pop-up events that he's doing to try and talk about the economy, where he talks about the thing that they wanted him to talk about for like 10 seconds before he goes off on some insane tirade about the late great Hannibal Lecter. He would like to have you for dinner. He would like to have you for dinner. The actual stuff that he wants to talk about, and then when did you guys see that when he was at some interview? Sorry, he was doing some speech where they begged him to talk about inflation and the cost of goods and services and everything increasing. And he had it like sitting next to him. He had the props all there for him to talk about how things got expensive, but he just couldn't stay on track. And then he asked the crowd, "Do you want me to talk about prices going up?" And they're like, "Boo, boo." He's like, "Do you want me to yell at Kamala Harris for the next 2.5 hours?" And they were like, "Yeah." He's like, "It seems like the people have chosen. I might need to fire my advisors." he just can't get you. He needs the applause line. Like, he only knows how to deal in red meat these days when it comes to his audience, and he just can't do anything besides that. And it shows. Because he's so bored when he has to talk about actual policy, but he's having the most fun in his entire life when he's just like kind of complaining, when he's just kind of, yeah. Do you guys have a friend or like a family member who calls every now and again, who's like background noise? You know what I mean? Like, they call you a lot, where they want to talk a lot. And they're like, you have a conversation, but it's kind of not a conversation. It's just you are there and they need you there so they're not just talking to themselves. And they just go on and on and they technically don't even need your input, right? It's like they talk and they talk and they talk and they yap and they yap, and then they go, and then they're like,
"So girls, what?"
Oh, sorry. They yap and they yap and they yap, and then your job is to go, "Uh-huh. Okay. Wow. Uh-huh. Really?" and that's just it. That's Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump is that guy. He really is that guy. He will just go on and on. And that's why all of his speeches are like 2 hours long for just no reason. That's why all of his speeches just drag on for too long, because he's just yapping constantly. Just it's genuinely crazy. So I was there the other day, and they were like, "Sir, Kamala Harris, she won't even allow if she was made president, she wouldn't even allow the toilets to have enough water to flush because of her green communism trying to destroy American energy with the windmills, these crazy windmills that they spin round and round, and they create this crazy. They're destroying our land. They say oil is bad. I'll show you. Have you ever seen one of those windmill fields? You know how many you know how many oil rigs could fit in the space that one windmill takes up? It's just crazy, isn't it? These people are out of their mind. Crazy Nancy Pelosi couldn't even think of something so crazy. Eyes slowly glaze over to the teleprompter. The specter of war hangs over Taiwan. That's every single Donald Trump speech for 10 years. For 10 years, that's every single Donald Trump speech. He actually just can't help himself. The specter of war looms over Taiwan. Can I pull this up? Where was that? I saw the video the other night. It was the one of because I don't think Ari plays it here. It was the one of Trump giving that like rambling answer about the microphones. Where was this? Here it. I knew I saved it. I was yesterday. I was wondering where this was. Yeah, take a look at this. It's crazy.
Okay. Would you want the microphones muted in the debate whenever you're not speaking?
We agreed to the same rules. I don't know. It doesn't matter to me. I'd rather have it probably on, but the agreement was that it would be the same as it was last time. In that case, it was muted.
Appalachian Anarchist, thank you so much for the $2 tip. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Sup, Shark? Love you, bro. Hope all is well. Yeah, I mean, things have gotten a whole lot better since the last time you saw me. Well, kind of, you know, like some things have gotten better. My head and my heart have gotten a whole lot better. And so I appreciate you for asking. That does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for the tip. And thanks for being a viewer too. I appreciate you and I appreciate your support. It means a lot.
I didn't like it the last time, but it worked out fine. I mean, ask Biden how it worked out. It was fine. And I think it should be the same. We agreed to the same rules. Same rules and same specifications. And I think that's probably what it should be.
Same specs. We agreed to the same specs. You see? Come on.
But they're trying to change it. The truth is they're trying to get out of it because she doesn't want to debate. She's not a good debater. She's not a smart person. She doesn't want to debate. Okay?
This is why, bro, have you guys seen that Trump's kind of just been complaining? Like, I know Donald Trump is a massive complainer. Like, he's constantly bitching about something. But have you noticed recently, like, he's been bitching about something all the time. He always has some grievance. He's always, something always sucks in his life that he's mad about. It's starting to become a little bit of an issue. I'm gonna be real with you. Like he can't help himself. Always a problem. Always the victim. She's a master debater. I think his aides really don't want him. The aides really don't want the debate to fall through. Both sides really want the debate to happen. Donald Trump really wants to blunt Kamala Harris's momentum and hopefully have another epic second time in his entire career win a debate. They hope they can do at least a little well, at least blunt some of Kamala Harris's momentum after the DNC here. They hope and they pray. So they don't want they don't want this debate to not happen. And I already said, like, the Harris campaign, once they're split screen. Ooh. Wait. Oh. Wait, refresh. Apparently on the website there was an issue. Refresh. Yeah, it seemed like we dropped a couple of frames there. Sorry, everyone. But as I was saying, yeah, Trump, Kamala Harris wants to split screen with Trump. They want their moment. Backing up the debate's gonna look bad. And honestly, Trump doesn't want this debate to fall through because of this. Okay, I don't think he can handle another 2 months of headlines like this. I don't think he can handle another 2 months of Harris topping him. He's a little old now, okay? I don't think his old bones can take 2 months of getting topped by Kamala Harris. Trumpy with the dumpy? Not the top. Harris topping Trump? She's doing what? Gotta bump those numbers up. Gotta see him come up. Do not come. Not the 2.5 months of edging. That's crazy. Vela B, thank you. Vela Bell, thank you so much for the tier 1 for joining the frenzy. Being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I'm happy to see you back. I really miss your streams, personality and humor. And humor wise, you are my favorite poly streamer. Really? Really? I appreciate you. Thank you. That doesn't mean a lot. Listen, I after I got off stream, I was just talking to the GF. I was like, she was like, how'd you like stream? How'd you like the stream? And I was like, it was really good. I was really happy about it. It made me happy to get back to streaming. I missed everyone. And yeah, I was happy. And she was like, you sounded happy. And I was like, well, that's good. That's good. I don't like to stream when I'm not doing well. Not for any like super selfish reason. I've just noticed that when I'm not streaming well, I just don't have, when I'm not feeling well and I stream, just my heart's not in it. And all of the segments that I make when I just feel really down, I don't know, afterwards I just feel like this is not usable content. It always feels like content I just want to throw away. So it's wasting, I feel like it's wasting your time, honestly, because you don't get the type of content you come here for. It is wasting my time, and when the editors were doing more work, is wasting the editor's time, right? So I'm like, I might as well just like chill out for a second, right? But yeah, I really appreciate you, because people can tell when your heart's not in it, when you're not doing well, like we just saw all these speeches from Trump. Now, since he lost his boyfriend and he's not feeling well, it's just a completely different vibe. Yeah, it's really best for mental health and quality, and yeah, quality of the stream, quality of the content that I want to give to you all. Yeah. So thank you all for asking. Thank you all for caring. Thank you all for your patience, as well. It does mean a whole lot. So thank you. Trump had a BF. Yeah. Biden. Yeah, Biden. Yeah. Actually. It was Biden. Like, Biden was Trump's Batman. He was like Batman and Joker. You know what I mean? Like, there's nothing when Batman's gone, the Joker doesn't have anything to smile about. The Batman is the Joker's one true soulmate. The only one who can understand this crazy topsy-turvy world. It's Gojo in Ghetto. Oh. Wait, you're so right. Wait, you're so right. That's so funny. That's hilarious. Wait a sec. Where's this picture? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is it. Cancel. Get the heck away from me. Yeah, right. Yeah, right here. This is what Trump felt like after the debate. Biden, mortally wounded. Can't continue on. You're my one and only. You're my one and only. Oh, man. Oh, it was so over. Why did it have to come to this? Why did it have why did it have to be this way? Oh, it divided us. Why did we have to go in separate directions? It's so sad. The cruel twists and turns of fate drove them apart when they were meant for each other. Wait, chat. Do I have anybody here who's good at editing videos? Can anybody pull up if you watched season 2 of JJK, could anybody edit the video of like Gojo confronting Geto after he leaves Jujutsu Tech? You know, their breakup in front of the KFC. Can anybody edit that to be like Gojo as Trump, like getting mad? He was like, why did you drop out of the race? Why did you drop out of the race? Why'd you stop running? Where have you been? And Biden as Geto, not like their faces or anything. I mean just like the subtitles. Take the Japanese version and then just change the subtitles. I feel like that would go so crazy. It's like, oh, wait, is this the SpongeBob one? Yeah, it's like this. Cause this grill is not a home. This is not the place I know. Oh, it's so funny, dude. It's hilarious. He really did lose his boyfriend, and he hasn't been the same since. It's not the same without you. Oh yeah. Oh, like this.
Damn you! You think you can just back out because you're scared?
Kuwabara, stop!
For morning. I'm not gonna leave. Not until he comes out here and lets me fight him.
He can't do that.
I'm gonna beat you down, you punk!
You think you can get away with this? It's really Trump. Oh, it's just gotten more and more funny. The second you notice it, right? Like it's about whether or not you notice it. But once you notice it, it's impossible to not see, right? It's not over. Tomorrow, Crooked Joe Biden's going to wake up and forget that he dropped out of the race today. Biden never had COVID. He's a threat to democracy. He's even still today, he's still running against Biden. He can't forget. He can't let him go. Right down to the wacky hairdo. He's gulping so hard.
You hear me? Who do you think you are, huh? Dirty punk.
Who do you think you are, Crooked Joe? You can't drop out. I haven't beat you yet.
Where is he? He's never been this late before. There's a certain rhythm to these things. I cause trouble, he shows up. We have some laughs and the game starts all over again.
I'm telling you, dude, he actually lost. Him and Biden were soulmates. He actually lost his boyfriend. He's grieving his breakup. Oh, it's like Up, but like instead of the house, it's the White House with the balloons on it. he can't take it, man. He can't handle it. Oh, his heart. Dude, he misses him so bad. His heart really isn't in running against Kamala Harris. He just doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's not a fan. He doesn't like her. I'm trying to see if I saved any more of these, because while I wasn't streaming, there was more of these to happen. Of Trump like constantly complaining about Kamala Harris and Biden not being in the race anymore. Let me see if I can find some of them. Super duper quick. When I see you again. Oh. Ooh. Wait, let me see. Nor. I'm taking a look. I felt like I saved some. It's just been so. I've been saving so much stuff because I've been waiting to get back to you all. Yeah, there's just so much stuff for me to dig through. Yeah, he got ghosted by Biden. He doesn't even talk to him anymore. I don't think Biden's even mentioned Trump since he's dropped out, man. It's just he's just sad. I think he really does miss him. Biden's chilling so hard. Biden is really just living his best life. Trump Biden cover of Gary Come Home. Biden, I'm sorry I debated you. Oh, I never expected you to run away and leave me feeling this empty. Your stuttering right now would sound like music to me. Biden, come home. Biden, come home. Biden, come home. Encore. Actual clownery, but to probably the funniest degree. I'm gonna be real with you. Joe Biden, please wake up. Please wake up. It's just an empty stage. I will say, okay, I'm not you. People have known I am not the biggest Biden. I have my problems with Biden. I would have, once again, because I gained a lot of throughout the year. I gained a lot of normie followers because they think I'm like Midas Touch or something. Like I only gas up Democrats constantly, and that's basically it. I started bleeding some of those people, thankfully. But I will say Biden, when he's in his bag, he's really in his bag. You guys ever seen that? I've never had like a moment where I've really libbed out, but I think when I listened to this speech from I think 2016, like Biden really is in his bag when he's at DNC speeches. When he's doing DNC speeches, my man is in his bag. He really is. And this is the closest I think I have ever been to libbing out. Was this Biden edit. I've never seen a good I haven't seen a positive Biden edit in a long time, okay? So maybe it just might be me, but like he really when he's in his bag, he's in his bag. He really is. No one can argue that. All of Biden's DNC speeches they've always gone crazy. They always go crazy every single time. My Ringo. Thank you. You don't have to be too quiet. That's okay. I'm not in the middle of a seggy right now. You can do as you please, lady. You can do as you please, lady girly. Yeah, sometimes he gets possessed by the spirit of you have like an early 1900s Irish union worker who escaped the potato famine and believes in the shining city on a hill, roads paved with gold, America, and he just he gets in his bag, and when he's in it, he is in it. I'm talking about, like, he's in his bag the same way an anime girl is stuck in a mimic chest. You know, feet kicking, digging real deep. He is in there, and I couldn't be any happier about it.
Americans have never, ever
let their country down.
We are America, second to none, and we own the finish line.
Everything I'm doing is a better than you. Everything I'm doing is a better than you. Yeah, broke that line.
It's just when he's in his bag, he's in it. When he's in his bag, he is in it. And no one can tell him it. No one can tell me any different, honestly. Like when Biden pops off, he does. He pops off. He has those moments where he like awakens, right? I got any Sakamoto Days readers in here? He's Takamura. Biden really is Takamura. He is Mr. Takamura. Wait, is it Takamura? Is that right? Yeah. He's 100% Mr. Takamura. 100%. Yo, grandpa. Yo, grandpa. Gramps. What anime? Sakamoto Days. In Sakamoto Days, there's like the old guy who goes, there's the old guy who locks in and goes so hard. He goes so crazy. There's an old man that locks in and goes so crazy every now and again. Yeah, this. Just so you know what he's slicing here, this is one of the legs to the Tokyo Tower. He walked up, one slice, put the sword back, walked away like nothing happened. Use it as a cane. It's not. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. He's when he locks in, he locks in. King from One Punch Man stomps. Wrong and cringe. You're also banned. Thank you. I love the trope with the old guys OP. I think Takamura is actually a really fun spin on it. Takamura is really fun. I really like Takamura's character. If you haven't checked out Sakamoto Days, I would definitely say so. Give it a try. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
Harris wanted them open for the whole time, according to her aides, and discussions are ongoing about those details. Now, since accepting her nomination to the DNC, Kamala Harris has not had as many events in the public spotlight, which is understandable. As we've reported, they beat the RNC in terms of television ratings narrowly, and in online attention probably more broadly. They had a huge week. They were on everyone's mind, and this is the last slow summer week before Labor Day and the full official kickoff of the general campaign season. But that doesn't mean they're not planning things. Today, Kamala Harris announced that she will do her first formal interview since becoming the Democratic nominee, and it will be with her seemingly popular and well-accepted running mate. So this is going to be a joint interview. Now, I can tell you, if you follow the news, you probably know this, and any journalist will tell you this is a big get. And we congratulate our colleague across the aisle, if you will, CNN's Dana Bash, at scoring the big first interview. It will be.
Who is Dana Bash? I think only insane people these days watch CNN. I think, chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually think these days 80% of CNN views come from like hospital waiting room TVs. Who's Dana? Have I seen this woman? Oh, that's her? It's that woman. I think she's the ultra liberal. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be mean when I say this, but she just looks like a Fox News host. She looks like a Fox News host. But yeah, I've seen her before. Yeah, Dana Bash. But like, I am like, why Dana Bash and why CNN? Why CNN? Like, why wouldn't they go to MSN? I'm actually super surprised that she wouldn't go to MSNBC. Because like they would literally roll out the red carpet for them. Like I'm 99% sure that as she would walk into the MSNBC building, that like everybody, like all of the talking heads, all the pundits would be there, like on their knee, like on one knee, like head bowed. As she walks in, you know what I mean? Go on Maddow. Yeah, like if she went on Maddow, they'd live out so hard. I think she may, I don't know, they may actually be crowned. May I gaze up upon you, your beauty, my lord? Must bend the knee. May I even look upon your greatness? Your presence blesses my studio, my lord. Yeah, they'd like praise her like a medieval peasant.
Harris and Walz together, and it is scheduled to air on Thursday night. So that'll be a big deal, as I say, this week going into the holiday weekend. Now, there were efforts by Republicans and others to say that Harris was completely dodging interviews. Whether this quiets them at all remains to be seen. We also know a bit about where it'll take place, because for all of our interest here in the national news on national stories, I can be honest with you and tell you that you probably know presidential campaigns are all about the states, and not all 50 are treated equally. And as we get closer to the general election fall period and the early voting, some states matter a ton more. Georgia is,
just so you know, 10 days until early voting begins in the first state, North Carolina,
is one of them, and that's where this interview will take place. It coincides with Harris and Walz doing a joint bus tour through there. Now, Georgia was one of the places that Democrats showed they could beat back Trump, not just in their supposed so-called blue wall in the Midwest, but they beat him there in 2020 and took and picked up those Senate seats as well. Now, this cycle, Georgia may not be any kind of must-win state. Polling does show a very tight race. When you look at the state polling, and I've told you how this works, Trump is up by about 4 points in a poll that has a margin of error of plus or minus 4 points. So it is a statistical tie in the Peach State. Today, we also learned President Biden will join Harris on the trail for the first time next week in Pennsylvania. Now, why does that matter? Well, you might have seen at the convention, day one was Biden's. Then he ceded the ground back to Harris. It's all about the future. And yet on some pretty key issues, domestically, the people who Biden did bring together in the 2020 coalition, Democrats who watch the convention and love the unity but still are wondering about how this all works, those are people where Joe Biden has a connection. He has a history. He's the only person who ever beat Trump in the Electoral College in a presidential race. So him getting out there for Harris is going to be at least helpful for her with the base. No one's suggesting that Joe Biden is going to be key to winning over new people or that he's going to do 51%. Indeed, everyone knows that's one of the reasons Democrats wanted him to step aside. But again, when it comes to these key states, Joe Biden going out there in places where the Democrats think he has a following and matters and continuing to show that this is a unified front, well, that's
not always the best connection. Are you talking about the stream? Like, is the stream stuttering or something?
Help. I am trapped in the wage cage. Let me out. Let me out.
Jar Jar, thanks for the $10 tip. Thanks for the $10. Me rattling the bars to the wage cage. Free me. Stream's fine. Okay, well, that's good. I was worried about that, but thank you so much for the tip. I appreciate you. Stream's been fine for me. Okay, thank you everyone. Yeah, thank you so much for the tip. Thanks for the $10. Favorite emote out for Jar Jar. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate you. Thanks for the support.
That's something that not only Kamala Harris draws on, but let's be clear, it's something that her opponent cannot draw on. We didn't see any former Republican presidents out in force at the convention, let alone in the key states where they might matter. A contrast to Trump and his lack of unity with the traditional history of the Republican Party. Now, there's also news tonight that Harris is making inroads with the flip of that coin. I just told you how some of these Republicans, including former presidents, aren't all in publicly for Donald Trump, and some of their aides are actually going towards Kamala Harris. This is new. About 200 aides to Bush, McCain, and Romney coming together, making it count in a big open letter where they say, we have disagreements with Harris, plenty of them, but, quote, the alternative is simply untenable. A retired Bush administration general also chiming in to endorse the Democratic ticket. And this shows follow-through with specific names and specific Republicans on what the DNC tried to tout. The idea that this was more...
Yeah, I've been seeing this, and there's been a lot of cope from the conservative side of the aisle, saying that, so what they've really wanted was to hopefully have the same thing that the Democrats have here, which is the sort of like crossover, like permission structure to allow people who don't agree too much with that Donnie Trumpy guy, but you can't have that radical liberal comrade Kamala Harris get into office, or else the country will literally blow up, and we will all die and perish. They tried to do that. What they're trying to do that, and Trump's trying to do that right now when it comes to like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. The problem is those two don't work because they don't have any pull within their own. They don't have any pull within the Democratic Party, because what they want them to do is help pull some like loose Democrats off of Harris and towards Trump, or at least off of Harris and just like onto the couch or something, just somewhere else. The problem is like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, nobody who's even really open to voting for nobody who's really open to voting for Kamala Harris really cares that much about their endorsements of Trump. Like they don't care. Like what Tulsi Gabbard Democrat is out there. Tulsi Gabbard is literally a conservative hack these days. She talks at CPAC. She goes to the RNC. She talks down Democrats constantly. Only she has never. I don't think she's criticized a Republican. Maybe in like 3-4 years, or 3-4 years, something like that. She's just super pro-Trump. She's super pro-Republican. She has always been a conservative. Like, I'm not sure if you guys knew this, but in Hawaii, Kamala Harris marched against like human rights equalities for gay people, and called gay people who wanted to legally be able to marry their spouses radical homosexuals. She called them extremist homosexuals. Back in the early 2000s, her dad was a part of like the Hawaiian KKK against but for gay people instead of black people. And she helped him pass Hawaii's gay marriage ban, and she supported that gay marriage ban. When she was in Congress, she was against trans people and trans rights and the changes to Title IX to allow trans people to not be to not be discriminated against for their gender, right? Like she is just Tulsi. Did I say Kamala? Tulsi Gabbard. I'm talking about Tulsi Gabbard. Sorry, I'm not sure if I said Kamala there. But yeah, I'm talking about Tulsi Gabbard right now. Tulsi, when she was in Hawaii, her dad worked against and marched against gay people's human rights. She continued that that momentum, marching against and campaigning against gay civil rights and human rights in the state of Hawaii back in the early 2000s and late 90s. All the way up until she wanted to be in office, and then that's when she instantly registered as a Democrat, because she knew that it was not possible for a Republican to win statewide in Hawaii. It just they would perish, they would like combust into flames attempting to become a statewide Republican, especially like federal statewide Republican. It's just not possible. So she switched to being a Democrat, and then kind of buried some of that stuff without actually leaving it behind too much. And she just reverted back to it when she stopped being once she realized that the jig was up and she was going to get primaried and it wasn't possible for her to maintain her seat. That's when she left Congress and reverted back to just being a Republican again. So she doesn't have pull within the Democratic Party. Yes, she was like the vice chair of the DNC, but the only reason why she was there was because the DNC wanted woman, brown military service on their resume, and so she doesn't have any pull there anymore. She resigned quickly and then like scuttled off like a couple of years later. She doesn't have any pull in the Democratic Party. RFK Jr. definitely doesn't have any pull within the Democratic Party. Like every single even Democrat leaning person genuinely hates that guy. His approval rating is in the absolute gutter amongst Democrats and independents. Like that doesn't have any pull. But with this, like, yeah, there's a whole lot of Republicans, current actual Republicans. Like there are conservatives out there who are like, oh, we're getting so many Democrats on board with Donald Trump. Who's the next Democrat who's going to hop on with Donald Trump? Like what Democrat has hopped on with Donald? What are you saying? Are you stupid? Tulsi Gabbard isn't a Democrat. RFK Jr. isn't a Democrat. These people aren't Democrats. They're Republicans and Republican-leaning independents. They're not registered as Democrats. They don't identify as Democrats. They have no pull within the Democratic Party. The only reason why, RFK Jr. might have some pull in the Democratic Party simply because people mix up his name with his dad, who actually had pull within the Democratic Party. But he's dead. So once people figured out that he's not actually his dad, they're like, wait a second, I hate this guy. And so that doesn't work out. That means nothing anymore. And so yeah, no Democrats are hopping on with Trump, but these are actually a lot of Republicans who are hopping on with Kamala Harris, who are like, yo, like we don't see eye to eye. Obviously, we want the world to be a little bit worse, but she wants the world to be like a little bit better. But Donald Trump wants to make the world a whole lot worse, and we can't vibe with that.
More than just one or two random people or one or two Trump turncoats, and we've seen many people work for Trump and then leave him. No, Kamala Harris is trying to argue that, as she showed at the convention, they have a lot of conservative, independent, and Republican support, including veterans of the Trump White House.
The Republican Party is no longer conservative.
I love my country more than my party.
Our party is not civil or conservative. It's chaotic and crazy.
I resigned from the Trump administration.
Rend, that's crazy. Rend, that's an insane thing to say.
As a Republican who dreamed of working in the White House,
crazy.
It was a hard decision. But as an American, it was the right one.
Let's turn the page. Let's put country first.
When she takes her oath of office, we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust.
That was unusual.
Wait a second. I hate Donald Trump.
Something that many politicos live together, and we showed online in the coverage last night that we can see tens of millions of people followed parts of it. Some of it was so big and exciting, and the Obamas and the performances and the musical roll call, that the Republican part there that I just showed you might not have gotten as much attention as it would have in other cycles. And I could just tell you, as a factual matter, we haven't seen a convention in the last several decades with this kind of contrast. Again, it happens to benefit the Democrats, but I would tell you the truth if it didn't or went for the other way. But we haven't seen a contrast where, as I mentioned, one major party candidate is completely abandoned by the former presidents in that party and former major officials, and is out there just saying, the state, the party is me, to paraphrase a little French for Donald Trump. While the other candidate is not only drawing on the united front of their party, there are obviously differences.
No longer conservative, my ass. Yeah, they just be, they're like, those guys are definitely like conservatives. They're just people who are trying to save, it's like their last gasp, trying to save the party from Donald Trump, right? It's just those guys. They're like, we cannot continue with this Trump thing, because just like how all the other conservatives believed, they just haven't changed their opinion about what every other conservative who's now gagging and glazing and slobbering on Donald Trump believed back in 2016, which is that if we allow Donald Trump to take over the party, we'll lose bad and we'll deserve it.
Agreements with
some just gave up,
and Bernie Sanders and a bunch of other figures, but they all came in together for Harris. And not only is she doing that, but she's reaching across the line and getting these other Republicans. Now, you've heard Tim Walz and others talk about how the Republican Party has become just weird under Donald Trump. And they mean that not only as a kind of a caricature or personalized insult, they mean it as the mix of Donald Trump's issues with his actual underlying policies. In other
What the hell is it? What did Donald Trump just say? What?
I look at California. I gave a speech. I had a crowd so big. I said, "There's no way I could lose California," but automatically they mark it down if you're a Republican as a loss. That you lose by 5 million votes. I said, 5 million votes. I guarantee, if Jesus came down and was the vote counter, I would win California. Okay.
What? 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 Huh? He thinks he can win California in 2024? No. You're misunderstanding him. He thinks he won California in 2016 and 2020 and will win it in 2024, but the Democrats cheat and throw away all of the votes for him. He thinks he's saying he did win, they just steal it anyways. So I guess in his opinion, he wins every state, and the states he doesn't win are the states that Democrats threw away votes for him from. Like, they threw away the people who voted for him, their votes. They just chucked him. But if they didn't, he would have won if Jesus Christ was counting the votes, because Jesus wouldn't lie, and Jesus would count all of the votes and put him in office because he won with all of the votes. I guess. He's actually lost it. It's now like, this used to be like, oh, the close elections. Oh, look, this and that was a little like kind of weird. This is kind of weird. That's kind of wild. That doesn't make any sense. No, he's actually just straight up like, I win every state. I win every single state. And the states that you say I don't win, I did win, but you just don't allow me to win because you throw away the votes, because you don't stop the count, you see. Trump is California's Democratic stronghold. How could he have won it? Well, he did. The Democrats just cheat. And because they threw away all the people that voted for him. The reason why California is a Democratic stronghold is because that's where Democrats invented stealing votes, you know? That's where they began. That's where crazy Nancy Pelosi, that's her testing ground for all of her vote stealing evil doing. And so that's why California's 30 points Democratic, because they don't allow Republicans' vote to be counted. Because if they did, then California would have voted, because then California would have been in his column. Yeah, it's ground zero for election thievery. Mafia queen Nancy Pelosi. I respect it. I appreciate it. I respect it. I'm here for it. I want more of it.
In other words, if we had an honest vote counter, a really honest vote counter, I do great with the Hispanics, great. I mean, at a level that no Republican's ever done.
I love the Hispanics.
But if we had an honest vote counter, I would win California.
You think so?
Oh, I think so. I do. I see it. I go around California. They have Trump signs all over the place. It's a very dishonest. Everything is mail-in. They send out 38 million ballots, I think it is, around 36, 38 million ballots. They send them.
30 million.
I gave us
so many millions of ballots and they're just gone. All right, man. He's kind of cooking he's kind of cooking if I can't lie. I'm gonna be real with you. He's kind of cooking. Millions and millions of ballots on thousands of mules. So many mules. They steal it. Jesus, help me. Jesus, save me. Yo, chato. You know, well, maybe we'll save this for tomorrow's. We'll save this for tomorrow's. I said I wouldn't dilly-dally too hard, would I? Didn't I? Even though I do love dillying my dally. The rest of the state hates his ass. Yeah, everything like, I guess like 50 miles inland from California is like Trump country. But the problem for him is that 2/3 of California lives within 50 miles of the coast. Quite EP, thank you so much for the tier 2 for joining the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the support. Favorite emotes out. F, really? This is so weird because I haven't dropped any. I haven't dropped a single frame. I haven't dropped a single frame since earlier in the stream. Yeah, I don't see any like backups or anything. 0.5 F, little f. But is everything okay now? Tiny baby F. Okay, yo chat. Wait, okay, chat. I'm not sure if you guys saw this, but Trump's completely out of his mind. Trump for the last couple of months has been really courting crypto bros. I want to do a video on it sometime soon here, but his slobbering tour that he did of Silicon Valley and his courting of crypto bros is what led him to having more money this election cycle, because they've just been dumping and dumping. He wants to destroy the US economy. He wants to obliterate fiat currency so I can evade taxes constantly. The money? Dump it. But yeah, that's how he got his fundraising edge on Joe Biden before he dropped out of the race. But he's been deep into his crypto bag. You guys remember when he had that like crypto? He had like the Donald Trump like crypto cards, where it was like him in a AI generated cards of him in like a cowboy hat that you could buy. It was just kind of ridiculous. It's a bit sad, honestly. He's back at it again, and this is kind of desperate to me. I'm gonna be honest. This seems desperate. I know they were spooked. I know they were spooked in Trump land. With Kamala Harris's funding numbers. I know that's a problem for them. But I didn't think they were gonna turn like this. I didn't think it was going to be this bad. But they've gone to NFTs. He's back at NFT. Yes, in 2024, late 2024, the year of our Lord. Donald Trump is back on the NFT train, begging his followers to spend their whole salary in keeping his campaign afloat, so they don't completely lose the fundraising war to Kamala Harris.
Is your favorite president, Donald J. Trump?
Better than Lincoln, better than Washington.
With some very exciting news. By popular demand, I'm doing a new series of Trump digital trading cards.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I would say that's popular demand. I'm pretty sure that many people were not actually saying that they wanted Trump digital trading cards back. Trump digital trading cards, NFTs, are intended to be and are intended as collectible items for individual enjoyment only, not for investment vehicles. Oh, they have to tell them. They have to tell people not to like put their bet their child's college fund Trump trading cards.
Don't know what they are. We've had a lot of fun with
you know
it's
it.
called the America First Collection. 50 all new stunning digital.
Oh, the golden,
really
the gold
something.
foil.
These cards show me dancing and even me holding.
I'm sorry, but it's so funny to me every time they do a depiction of Donald Trump and they give him a slutty little waist. You know Trump is a big boy, and my man does not have a 30-inch waist. He is a 78-year-old McDonald's KFC eating old man, Irish man. Okay, this man, I haven't seen Donald Trump run in my entire life. I don't think he even knows how to spell run anymore. Okay, the only thing he runs, okay, is from all the court cases that he's gonna be slammed with the second he's not in the White House anymore. All right, he's Irish. Yeah, I'm pretty sure his father's side of the family came from Ireland. You know, my dude, you do not have a six pack. You do not have big pecs. My man, you cannot bench 350. You do not have this slutty waist. Stop lying. Stop lying. You're a 70-year-old man, okay? There's nobody. You don't have to put these beauty standards on yourself, buddy. It's okay if you have a little tummy. Tim Walz has a little tummy on him, and it's charming. It's endearing. This is their depiction of Donald Trump. All right. And this is Donald Trump in real life. Can you see like the problem here? This is the type of like face-tuned debauchery that would get like a 1.5 million view commentary video made about you in 2016. Literal Fallout ghoul level. Like, come on, bro. You don't look. Who do you think you're lying to? Who do you think you're fooling? This is not a little lesson in trickery. It's just the bad lighting. This really is false advertising. This is the type of like wait, chat. Tinder profile on the date. Ooh. Palpa Trump. I love democracy. Hawk 2 of the polls.
Some bitcoins. Here's the best part. I'm doing great things for my Trump digital card collectors. First, there's the real physical Trump cards. Purchase 15 or more of my Trump digital trading cards and we'll mail you a beautiful physical trading card.
Wow, a real one. You get a real one. Wow, that's crazy, chat. That goes crazy. That's insane. Yo, wait, why don't they just make a like a tabletop game? Yo, chat, you guys ready to play Trumpymon? Giuliani, I choose you. You activated my trap card, Scaramucci. You have to pull your strongest monster off of the deck in one turn. The Rudy Giuliani card on entering the playing field activates his effect, stop and frisk, where if the enemy politician attacks, any stat ups that were applied to them get removed and they can't act for one turn. You Chud the Gathering. MAGA the Gathering. That's crazy. That's good, chat. Are you ready? I'm so excited to watch the MAGA the Gathering World Championship. Yeah, Marjorie's card effect has to be like cheating on her husband or something. Ooh, Naomi Christ, the Naomi Christ card. Once it's played, instantly kill every beast on the board. One shot, one kill. Instantly kill every beast on in the playing field. Oh, that goes so crazy. You don't even understand. Not the Thomas Matthew Crooks card. Oh no. Oh no. Do 5 grazing damage to the monster directly adjacent. Yeah, 50 points of psychic damage. Yeah, it puts confuse. It puts confuse on them. They can't attack right. Their chances of missing goes up. The JD card, he gains a debuff, Brokey. It lasts 1 turn. RFK brainworm attack. That is so funny. MAGA the Gathering. Oh, instead of a graveyard, it's jail. It has to be jail, right? It has to be federal prison. The Trump card has to be the strongest card, but it has to come with like a drawback that once you play it, it does once you play it every turn, Trump takes 5 Trump takes like 1 point of damage every single turn because he has like a DOT on him, and that's the DOJ. It's the federal lawsuits. The federal lawsuits stacked on top of him, it makes him stronger, but it applies like it applies tick damage every turn. He takes 1 damage. He takes 1 damage. He has to take it. That would go so crazy. Jail is the exile pile. It stacks 1 lawsuit per turn. He gets Scarlet Rot. Exodia, the forbidden one, is the Supreme Court. Ooh, it's Clarence Thomas. His age is a debuff. That's funny. Or maybe there has to be like a Joe Biden card, and the accuracy has to be really low, but the damage on hit has to be really high. So it's a high risk, high reward card. Yeah, the debuff for that makes him miss so much is called stutter. Yeah, glass cannon. Max stack is 34.
It's really, I think, quite something. Each physical trading card has an authentic piece of my suit that I wore for the presidential debate.
What? It does what? Wait, what? Did I miss? Did I hear that wrong?
Quite something. Each physical trading card has an authentic piece of my suit that I wore for the presidential debate. And people are calling it the knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it.
Yeah, he really riffed that one. That's crazy. Wait a second. Did you get a piece of his suit that he wore when he debated Joe Biden and won? Wow, the knockout suit. They cut it into pieces and they're like handing it out amongst other conservatives like like it's some ancient relic. Wait a second, that's so funny. It's like the what's the, it's like the Star Spangled Banner. Wait a second. They really think this man is a god, huh? What the hell? That's kind of creepy. That's kind of creepy. I can't lie. Yeah, it's like this. I'm not sure if you guys know, but this is the, if you know the song, the Star Spangled Banner, this is the actual Star Spangled Banner. This is what they actually saw. This is what the dude actually saw, which made him want to write the song. You see this hole here. This wasn't from like the war. It was after the flag was taken down. They cut out one star and they gave it to somebody as a gift, actually. And that's what they did with his suit. It's like some ancient relic that holds some secret power. You get a piece of my, you think it smells like him? Can you imagine if it smells kind of weird? Like the suit smells like corn chips or something? It smells like it's got a little bit of a sweat on it. Wait, chat, I kind of want one now. Chat, can you imagine how crazy that would be? But we have to wait, they might be lying. There's no way that they actually did that. Do you think they're lying about it being an actual piece of a suit? Because now I kind of want one, and then I want to send it in for like genetic testing. You know what I mean? Like send it in to see if it has his DNA on it. Like if they could like send it in for forensics to see if they could like DNA match the suit for to him. Just like they did the Belle. You know what? This is like political cult weirdo Belle Delphine bathwater. This is political loser e-girl bathwater. It is. A lot of people don't want to admit it, but it's true. It's true. It's true. This is Trump bathwater. You know Jack Prosbiak would do a cum tribute on the official debate card. I can't lie, I kind of want one now. I want to hang it up. I want to hang it up on my wall. Trump would listen if he gets desperate enough. It's like late October, and Kamala Harris is on average of like 5 points up in national polls, and has like an average of like 2-3 points on him in like Pennsylvania and the other Rust Belt states. I'm going to tell you, I think he would sell bathwater. I think he would. I wouldn't be surprised. I definitely think he would. He would definitely sell bathwater to do anything he can to stay in office. This card's crazy too. Look at this. Look at this is crazy, dude. What are you on about? Oh, look at the, who you think you fooling? The Bitcoin god. Why is he holding it like Candace? Bitcoin Candace. What is happening? Pondering my orb, pondering my crypto. This one kind of goes crazy, I can't lie. Definitely not in the cult, just so you know.
Suit that I wore for the president.
Yeah, he thinks he's Senator Armstrong. You're so right.
Debate, and people are calling it the not.
It's fan art. Wait, you're so right. All of this is Trump fan art. It's Trump fan art bathwater. It's just, this makes me sick.
Knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it.
That's what they're calling it.
Cut up the knockout suit, and you're going to get a piece of it, and we'll be randomly autographing 5 of them, a true collector's item. This.
Do you think that it sounds like this is the first time he read this script? Like the first time he's reading the teleprompter here? It sounds like he's like, huh? Is it just me? But he's saying this like he's like, that's all right. Like his aides told him to do it, and he's like, okay, all right. He thinks this is weird. For a fact, I don't think he's even buying it. You see the way he's saying this? He doesn't buy this.
The knockout suit. I don't know about that, but that's what they're calling it.
I don't know about that.
So we'll cut up the knockout suit, and you're going to get a piece of it, and we'll be randomly autographing 5 of them.
Why is this the picture that they used? Was there no better? Why, dude? Why look at the split screen? The reality versus fan art, man. What the hell is this? This is like when a Genshin Impact character that's supposed to be dark skin comes in with a skin tone no lighter than like a caramel latte. It's It's just, it's like looking at like a face-tuned version of him. We can see like what the inspiration was, and it's nothing like it. He literally looks like one of those street cartoonist drawings of this guy.
Collector's item. This is something to give your family, your kids, your grandchildren. Number 2 is to purchase 75 of my Trump digital trading cards.
75?
And you will also be invited.
What is this picture? What is this? Wow, they are cheap, huh? They can't pay for a single real picture. This was just one staffer in like freaking Midjourney or something, just typing Donald Trump looking cool, pointing at camera, and they took the first thing out. That doesn't even look like him. Who is that guy? Who is this guy? Who is he? I don't like AI. I don't like ChatGPT Trump. He's kind of scary. Why does he look like that? He literally looks, this is the problem with AI. Like, you can't do AI of a single person over and over again because they'll always look different every single time. It's Metro Man Trump. Yeah, they didn't want to pay a single dollar to anybody to actually produce something at Trump HQ. Literally one staffer sitting on like the free trial of some AI image generator, like with, you know, the ones with like 30 tokens, you can generate 30 pictures with your IP address before you have to start paying. And he's like desperately trying to get it done before he runs out. Oh man.
To join me for a gala dinner at my beautiful country.
Wow, really?
Florida. We really have tremendous dinners with my collectors. Have a lot of fun together. We're gonna have a good time. I'm keeping my Trump.
What was that? You see? What the fuck is this picture? Hey. What is that? What's this face? What's this smile? He doesn't want to be there, man. You know his ass does not want to be there. Yeah, the blurry guy in the back, like fangirling out.
Have a good time. I'm keeping my Trump digital trading cards at the same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning.
99. Wait a second.
Something. Each physical trading card.
15. You have to spend $1,500 to be able to possibly get the bathwater suit card.
It's really, I think, quite something. Each physical trading card has.
Wait, what was the conditions?
A beautiful Trump cards. Purchase 15 or more of my Trump digital trading cards, and we'll mail you a beautiful physical trading card. It's really.
Okay, wait a second. I'm so sorry, chat. What's my credit limit on PayPal credit right now? Wait a second. 99 each. Don't miss out. Buy 5 digital cards. Oh my god, wait a second, chat. Wait, they have deals. I'm on the website right now. I'm on the website as we speak, just so you know. I've been looking at it. I've been looking at it this whole time. This is so funny because look at these like boxing gloves. Trump is spelled backwards on one of them. Like it's not Trump in the same way on either of them. They could have really just gotten him to stand there with boxing gloves with his name on it, but they couldn't even do. They're too lazy to even do that. They're so lazy. Oh, dude, the Trump high top, stand with Trump, President Donald J. Trump, gala VIP dinner, Jupiter, Florida. Oh, fuck, dude, look at Captain Trump here. Wait, what the hell is this? What's wrong with his hands? All of these look so weird. They look so, what's this picture? Oh, there's that one again. Oh man, what the hell? What the hell? Oh, wait, there's a picture of what it'll look like once it comes in. Yo, If I get this, I want to be like, remember Jake Paul when he started, Logan Paul, I guess, when he started wrestling in WWE, and he had that gold, and he had that Cuban link chain with a freaking Pokemon trading card on it that was sealed up. I want to start walking around like, this. I want to go to the 2028 DNC wearing this thing. I'm gonna be real. That would go so crazy. That would imply Trump can hold his hands above his chest, but he can. Remember the dance that he does? Of course he can. He's done it before. This would go so crazy. Dude, and if you get 5, chat, look. Chat though. Look, if you buy 5, you get the gold sneakers free. You get a free pair of the Trump gold low tops. It's for the low price of $4.95. They still charge you shipping? Oh, my bad. Shipping in the US is free. No, this is available to purchase for people overseas? You're telling me Canadians can buy this? $45 shipping? Yo, you get 2 pairs. This would imply that Trump supporters have friends, though. Like, what do you need 2 pairs for? What is this, dude? Why is this set up like a scammy why is this set up like a scammy fucking GoFundMe? What is this? Why is this set up like a scammy Kickstarter page? You know what I'm saying? Oh, this on sale. It used to be, it's a $2,100 value only for $891. This is the one that I want. And it's the best value too, if you think about it. Limited physical trading card with a piece of the knockout suit. Available in different rarities. Some are randomly autographed too. Yo, this shipped right to me. To me. Howdy. This would go so crazy, chat. You don't understand. I would go fiendish over this. It's limited to the first 1,500 bot chat. Wait, how much? What is my PayPal credit limit? Wait a second. This shit is like getting a fucking car loan. Wait a second. I gotta take a look. What's my credit limit looking like right now? I gotta peek at it. I just gotta know. Listen, chat, don't judge me. I just gotta know. I just want to see. I'm not saying that I'm gonna do it. I just want to take a little peek real quick is all. The value on this is priceless. Listen, I just gotta just give me a second. What's my credit limit looking like? I just gotta find this out. I just gotta see. I just want to give it a look is all. I just want to look. I just want to check on my bases. That's all. You could always pawn your computer. Chat, I do have a $2,800 PayPal credit limit. And it's such a deal at $1,400. You got to spend money to make money. I have the Donald Trump. I have a piece of Donald Trump's suit. That shit would be so. It is limited edition. That would be so funny. I'm sweating. It is an actual investment. Can you imagine how expensive this will be once Trump dies? Once he kicks the bucket? How Honestly, I might be able to buy a house with it after he dies. Oh, you know, some crazy Trump sycophant is gonna be like, I need that. I need that. Buy 75 NFT cards and you get everything else. Plus some more. 250 is insane. 200. The silver high tops. The never surrender Trump sneakers.
Kicking in for the deal of the century.
Jar Jar, thank you so much for kicking in for the deal of the century. Thanks for the tip, the $5 tip. That is going towards my Trump bathwater fund. So I do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. This means a lot to me. This would be so funny. Oh, if I was a rich YouTuber, I might do it. I'm not a rich YouTuber. But if I was, can you even chat? That would be so funny. I was like, I have a piece of I got a piece of Donald Trump's clothes and I'm sending it to forensics to get it DNA tested. And then if they like bring me back a live piece of Trump DNA, like they're able to bring back like mammoth DNA from fossilized remains, do you think like I could be able to like put it on a petri dish or something and like cook up a little mini Trump, little Trump Jr., put him inside of an egg, little homunculus? As I'm streaming, he crack out, hello, what's up? Hello, what's up? That'd be so, oh man, can you even imagine? I'd have myself a little mini, I have little Don, little Trump. Sucking your toes and shit. Okay, don't threaten me with a good time.
Really, I think quite something.
That's quite something.
Purchase Century Club and just have a lot of fun together. We're gonna have a good time. I'm keeping
so
my
funny.
Trump digital trading cards at the same price of $99 each. We've done that right from the beginning.
What a
So
deal.
Go to collecttrumpcards.com. It's really easy to buy. You just need an email address and a credit card or crypto. You know, they call me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true or not, but a lot of people are saying that.
Wait. Oh, wait, here's the orb. Wait a sec. You know they're calling me the crypto president. I don't know if that's true, but a lot of people are saying that. How does he say 3 sentences back to back? How does he say 3 phrases back to back that all contradict each other? Did you know people are saying this? I don't know if people are saying it, but many people are saying it. Dog, what? What? What is you saying? He has no clue what he's saying, man. Did they even, he has no clue. This has to be his first time reading this. This is his first time reading this. He has never read this, but he has no clue what he's saying.
So don't miss out. Go to collecttrumpcards.com. Go right now and collect a piece of American
quickly
history. Let's have fun together and enjoy my Trump cards. We're going to have a lot of fun. We'll be talking about it for a long time. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Let the fight begin.
Oh, it moves too. I'm sorry. This is the most embarrassing thing I've seen in my entire life. This is. I know this is, you know, a little played out, but like this is actually like so desperate and unbecoming. Wait, Donald Trump has actually become a rug pulling crypto scammer, because like he already has a crypto coin that his campaign rug pulled for money. We didn't cover it, but that already happened before. Wait, what? Yes, he already has a crypto coin that the campaign rug pulled. But he's just doing it. He can't stop himself. They need to jump onto anything. They're like maggots, dude. They eat anything. Oh, it's the trash. Did you? Okay, so like there was also, I'm not sure if you know this, but yeah, it was called Trump coin, and like I think like Donald J. Trump coin. It was Donald J. Trump coin, and it was headed up by like the like you know like the what was his name? Pharma Bro, yeah, Pharma Bro Martin Shkreli and Barron Trump, Trump's youngest kid, who's like 8 feet tall. Both of those guys got together and made a crypto rug pull scam coin to lure in would be Trump supporting like MAGA idiots to spend their money in like by saying that it was going to support Donald Trump, and then after they got all those guys to buy in, they rug pulled it and then left. Same with and they were working together also with Andrew Tate, the international child human trafficker, the international child sex trafficker, Andrew Tate. They were working together with him to also make his daddy coin that they were all like promoting and pumping together to then rug pull it. These people, they're just kind of evil. Pumping together, you say? Bumpy. Trump coin. Yeah, Trump coin. Let me see. Can I pull up Trump coin? Trump coin and crypto.com. Yeah, this is the coin. Yeah, this is it. The ticker symbol is DJT, right? Wait, let me see. Yeah. Yeah, this is the Trump coin. This is it. It crashed. As you see, it was sitting around for a little bit, and then they pumped it, and then pulled it, just for money, and then it disappeared again. Some people still want to keep the dream alive, though. Pump it. This is simply embarrassing. Get the knockout suit. The Trump Avengers. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, it's a bit worrisome. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't really like that. I'm not a fan of that. Personally. The knockout card is a scratch and sniff. That kind of makes me a little sick to my tummy, if I'm gonna be real with you. But I think it's time to get to what we're here for today. What do you guys think, chat? You guys want to talk about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.? Oh, there's one more thing I need to pull up before I start this seggy. It was something that dropped earlier today. I'm glad I'm covering this just a little bit later, because letting this story marinate has turned it into something way funnier than it would have been originally. Candace, we're doing RFK first. I hate to be the one to tell you this. I hate being alive. I hate being alive. I hate being alive. This clip is so funny to me, man.
I say over and over and over again, I hate being alive. I hate being alive. I hate breathing. I hate being alive. I'm in tremendous pain. I'm in tremendous pain. Help me, help me, help me. I'm in so much pain. I'm in so much pain.
Help me, help me, help me. All right. We're effing a little bit. What's happening? What's going on? You know what? Here, a little bit. Is it? Are we back? Oh wow. Yeah, I see it. It like shut down on It shut down on Twitch for a second. What the heck was that? Okay, you know what? One sec. I'm gonna be. What could that be? What's happening? Because my internet is fine. I haven't dropped a singular frame so far. I have no clue. Hello? What happened? Internet bad? Right now? Really? Oh, you can't load stuff either? Oh no. Oh no. Babe, what are we gonna do? Suffer? She's going to sleep. I see you, you're fine. Yeah, it's just that there was like a problem with the internet over there apparently. I thought it was fine. Apparently we have like a little we have a little shutdown, little issue with our interwebs. So be patient with me. Video. I'm outputting at 1080p. It should be just a normal output, 1080p, no real problem. So weird. I don't like that. Well, sorry chat if you're seeing any hiccups. Kentucky internet is ass, huh? Listen, I didn't choose to live here. I did not choose to live here. This is just where I am, honestly. And our internet usually isn't that bad. Usually it's like 40. It's like it's like 60 up, 80 down or something. Something like that. Our internet's usually pretty good. The only problem is that sometimes it goes out. It's good when it's working. That's basically it when it comes to that's basically it when it comes to our internet here. It's pretty good when it's working. When it's not working, it's pretty bad. Okay, let's do the RFK thing. Have you guys been keeping up with this RFK story? I know some people haven't. I know some people know a little bit about it, but I wanted to do, we haven't really covered RFK on my stream. Like he hasn't been important really at all, ever. And so the whale thing, no, I mean the whole thing. I want to go over RFK just kind of I want to go over RFK before he hopped into the race, how he hopped into the race, how his campaign went after he hopped into the race, and his botched and his botched crash of his campaign after he realized that he couldn't win and also couldn't spoil Biden anymore. Holy Crepe, thank you so much for the 32 months in a row. Remaining part of the friend team, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. I understand the Trump Kim Jong-un challenge coin. You bought it? Oh man, I want that one too. I was looking for that one. Oh, I can't wait for the Trump loot crates to drop. The only thing that would make the Trump crypto cards better is if they were in a loot crate. Trump loot crate nor. I learned more about RFK from John Oliver, and he's really bad. Yeah, he's one of like the worst guys, actually. He's one of the worst. We're not going to go over everything about him. We're not going to go over everything about him, but I want to go over like a bit about him because he's just a curious little fella. We're going to be covering RFK, the curious little fella. Okay, let's do this. Where do we start? So I haven't talked about this guy much before, especially after the peak of Rona ended. But I think it's time to talk about a little someone. He's been in the news recently, and his story is as funny as it is stupid, as it is pretty cringe. It's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the son of Robert F. Kennedy, and who is the brother of JFK, the president. The first two were gatted and are no longer with us, and this one isn't, but he is unfortunately still with us. RFK has been a really weird guy. Junior here, I'm going to be mostly calling him Junior throughout this. I'm going to be mostly calling him Junior throughout this segment here, because it's kind of like Netanyahu. Like, I don't want to call him Bibi. That's too cute for a name for. That's too cute of a name of a man who's just so evil. And so I'm not going to be calling brainworm Bobby. I'm going to be calling him Junior. So just to be sure, especially when I bring up his dad, I don't want to mix the two up, as he kind of was betting on you doing. So we're going to be calling him Junior, and we are going to be talking about Junior. Now, Junior has been in the news for one thing specifically, dropping his campaign for running for president. He was running as an independent, looking to win the presidency in his own words, to endorse Donald Trump and to hop onto the Trump train and hopefully ride that baby all the way to the White House. But I want to talk a little bit about his story, how he got there and why it's so weird, and the twists and turns it took to be able to tell you this weird web that he spun for himself that's gone on just below the surface. So I want to start off with his presidential campaign. All right. So Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wanted to run as a Democrat. He's from the Kennedy family. He wanted to run as a Democrat, lots of pull within the Democratic Party. And he genuinely thought that he could beat Joe Biden for the presidential nomination for the Democratic Party and go on to defeat Donald Trump, that he has called in the past, mind you, a bully, a terrible president, appalling, scary. He's fomented hatred. He is a threat to democracy. He is xenophobic, bigoted, and he's full of prejudice as well. But listen, he wanted to defeat that guy. Okay. But then he quickly realized that he was insane and could not actually beat Joe Biden in a race for the presidential nomination. On top of the fact that the Democrats' nominating process was heavily slanted towards Biden to begin with. That's not surprising. Apparently it was surprising to him, and he got angry because he knew he would lose. So instead of doing that, he decided to throw a hissy fit and leave the Democratic Party, renounce his Democratic Party identification, and run as an independent candidate parallel to Joe Biden, in an effort to, in his words again, win the presidency. He genuinely thought he could do it. He genuinely thought. But a lot of people didn't. And a lot of people didn't like him for doing so either, because his family actually hates him. The rest of the Kennedys. His family name is almost synonymous with the Democratic Party, but Kennedy has determined that the primary nominating process was skewed in favor of the guy who's actually the president of the United States. That history, he said, made the decision painful for him. Quote, Bobby might share the same name as our father, but he does not share the same values, vision, or judgment. Read a statement from Rory Kennedy, Carrie Kennedy, and Joseph Kennedy II, and Kathleen Kennedy Townsend. Like, his whole direct family came out to say, we don't like this guy, we don't like what he's doing, and he's actually he's dragging the Kennedy name through the mud, because they're not used to such bad things happening to the Kennedys, really, because usually nothing bad ever happens to the Kennedys. But there was one reason why I think he really thought that he was going to run. And it was that name, the Kennedy blood that runs through his veins. And also the fact that people genuinely mistook him for his dad. Like, they actually did. I'm not exaggerating. One survey of voters found that nearly half of respondents confused Junior with his dad, who's been dead for like 40 years. who's been dead for like 40 years, who was gadded when he was running for president. But there's also something that he had because of that fake name recognition. He was proven to be an effective fundraiser. From his announcement in April through the end of June, his campaign committee raised $6 million, honestly, which is more than Tim Scott and some other people running for president for the Republican ticket against Donald Trump too. So he was packing on the cash, and he thought that he could get it done. Junior was and then began his campaign after a massive influx of money, some coming from foreign, some coming from some coming from Republican donors who believed that his independent run was going to pull votes away from Joe Biden, making it easier for Trump to win. He began campaigning and began attacking Donald Trump. And we all know that the second you say a word about Donald Trump, he's name searching himself constantly, and he saw it instantly. And then Trump did what he does best. At 1 a.m. March 22nd, at 2 a.m. March 22nd, Trump truthed out his truth, which is RFK is the most radical left candidate in the race by far. He's a big fan of the Green New Scam and other economy destroying disasters. I guess this would mean he's going to be taking votes from crooked Joe Biden, which would be a great service to America. His running mate, Nicole Shanahan, remember this name, we'll be talking about her very soon, is even more liberal than him. If that's even possible. Kennedy is a radical left Democrat and always will be. It's great for MAGA, but the communists will make it very hard for him to get on the ballot. Expect him and her to be indicted any day now, just like me, your great president, better than Lincoln, better than Washington. Probably for environmental fraud, like when you commit fraud against Mother Nature, I guess. He is crooked Joe Biden's political opponent, not mine. I love that he's running. And so his team told him that him being in the race was going to be good. He's going to siphon votes away from Biden by using his name recognition and hopefully leading to an easier election for Donald Trump. And so that's where the race stood for a while. And Kennedy began his race. Yes, he was attacking both Trump and Biden. He was a decent amount. But what mired his campaign, his very weird, strange, peculiar campaign, was what he said before he started campaigning. His long list of insane statements, peculiar beliefs, and downright debauchery that he engaged in on the internet and beyond. So one thing that's really important for us to understand about RFK Jr. here, Jr. was, during the height of the pandemic, one of the largest COVID misinformation accounts and spawn points in the country, and possibly even in the world. Jr. had one of the most active and engaged with Facebook accounts that where he spread COVID misinformation basically on a daily basis as Facebook watched on and did literally nothing. If you have a family member, a friend, a coworker who spewed COVID misinformation and they're above the age of 35 there and use Facebook, or maybe if they don't even use Facebook and they have friends, there's a very high likelihood that they interacted with Junior's Facebook account that, once again, was one of the largest accounts on the platform, and that was found out in studies to be one of the top 5 origin points in the entire world for COVID misinformation. He was prolific in spreading doubt, vaccine hesitancy, like the claims about heavy metals and COVID injuries and heart attacks and all this type of stuff that would make people scared to get vaccines and more hesitant to get medical care to begin with. And that became a fixture of his existence online, and also a large part COVID skepticism, vaccine skepticism, medicine skepticism in general became a large part of his campaign, with him wanting to make America healthy again. What was his claim to fame while he was running for the presidency? But that wasn't the only thing that was the only thing that gave his name infamy in the country. He is, as somebody who believes in at least one conspiracy theory, you know there's always going to be more. You know, when you are like walking around your house and you see one ant, you know there's never one ant. There's always so many more hiding somewhere, maybe slightly below the surface, in the floorboards. They're right behind a tiny hole in the molding, something like that. They're sneaking through a little gap in the waterproof lining of your window. There's somewhere. They're somewhere hiding, sneaking, nibbling on your food crumbs. And that's exactly what's happening when it comes to RFK, when it comes to Junior's conspiracies, because there are a lot. There is a lot of stupidity in this man's past. And I just want to take a look at some of them because it touches on basically everything. I'm going to be honest with you, right? He said, one of the things that he said about COVID that went famous is that he believes that the COVID virus, COVID-19, was engineered to not harm Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese people, but was also engineered to harm Black people more. And he obviously also thinks that biolabs in Ukraine were used as part of a plan to make anti-Russian DNA viruses that attack people by their race genome. He thinks that mass shootings are linked to prescription drugs, and the more prescription drugs we give out that are unhealthy, in his opinion, leads to people to want to shoot up malls somehow. He thinks that 2024 election was stolen. The CIA was involved in his uncle's killing, JFK. This is the one that he this is what he said on Joe Rogan, but we'll talk about that soon. He believes that the wrong person was actually convicted of killing his dad. Even he believes that there was a fall guy, like there's a conspiracy around his dad being killed as well. Gun ownership in Switzerland is similar to the United States. It is not. He believes that COVID was engineered genetically. Once again, just in general. He believes that Fauci and Fauci and Bill Gates sought to exaggerate the pandemic for money to promote the vaccine, and also obviously the piece of resistance. He thinks that vaccines make autism. Of course, because why wouldn't they? Of course they do. Of course he believes something like that, because why wouldn't he? They all do. It's just par for the course, right? And so that was what. And that's the noose, and that was the albatross around the neck of the campaign before it started. But as the campaign went on, things only got worse, because it's not like he changed and became a better person. No, this is the Junior that we know. I can't say we love, but there was somebody who loved him, apparently, Epstein.
You were on Jeffrey Epstein's jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was.
Twice? The Lolita Express so nice he had to fly it twice? Really, Junior? Why would you admit that? Yeah, I personally would just not. I would like say that never happened. I don't even know who Epstein is. Who? I was on his plane twice.
On it in 1993, and I was on it and I went to Florida with my wife and 2 children to visit.
Oh, he put his children on Epstein's plane. Yo, oh, you couldn't waterboard this in. You couldn't get this info out of me on Guantanamo Bay. His children, yes. Yes, his children. He brought his children on the Epstein's plane. Yeah, so this Junior he's something else.
My mom over Easter. My wife had some kind of relationship with Ghislaine Maxwell, and they offered.
His wife was besties with Ghislaine Maxwell. Just so you know, the like right hand woman for Epstein. His wife was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Us a ride to Palm Beach, so I went then, and then on another occasion I flew again with my family, with I think 4 of my children. And
oh no, 4! Oh, all of them. He brought them all. Oh, the Candyman's in town, kids. Hop on board. Hop on board. This is it. Yeah, he's buddy. He genuinely thought that he could, this, just so you know, this was back in December. He thought he could say that just straight up and then just kind of walk away. He's talking a whole lot. He's giving a lot of information that nobody asked for. What is up with the Kennedys?
And Mary, my wife, to Rapid City, South Dakota, to go fossil hunting for a weekend, and but otherwise I was never on his jet alone. I've been very open about this from the beginning. This was in '93, so it was 30 years ago. It was before anybody knew about Jeffrey Epstein's, his nefarious issues, and I agree with you that all of this information should be released.
Just so you know, this is the Junior that people like Joe Rogan and friends say is the guy who's running against the machine, the guy who was besties with Jeffrey Epstein and put his children on his plane twice at least. And honestly, he was like, oh, I was never alone on Epstein's plane. I'm just gonna be honest with you, that honestly makes me even more concerned. Like the fact that there were multiple people on the plane, like let's have you seen this list of RFK listing all the terrible people he's had in his house? No, actually. What's this?
York for most of my life. Yeah. So, and you run into everybody in New York. I mean, I knew Harvey Weinstein. I knew Roger Ailes. I knew O.J. Simpson came to my house.
What?
Bill Cosby came to my house.
You also knew good people.
Yeah, I did know.
I had a lot of I knew a lot of people in New York. Just so many different people. Hitler came over once. King Leopold stopped by while he was in town. Genghis Khan was a guy we would host every now and again. He came over. Jack the Ripper was there at some point. Jeffrey Dahmer was a guy. He was in town. We would catch a bite. Lucifer was, he lived next door. Pol Pot, biblical Satan. Yeah, Pol Pot, Pol Pot was invited to the potluck. Just Darth Vader even showed up. How is this possible? Like, he actually knows every actual villain in American history, like genuine villains. What are you talking about? Yeah, Pinochet, like he landed a helicopter on our roof a couple times. What a cool cat. Red Skull was, everyone knew him. Pennywise. What is happening? Okay. Thank you, RFK. Ghost Rider's cool, though. You can't say Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider's cool. Ghost Rider would not be invited to the RFK cookout. Ghost Rider would not be invited to the cookout because he would end those people. Very cool, Junior. Very interesting. Yes, very interesting. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. You see, very cool. Very cool. He's also a chemtrail guy too. This actually happened pretty recently, and by recently I mean yesterday. He tweeted out on his X account, his actual X account, "We're going to stop the problem." And this is him replying. You won't guess what he's replying to: a chemtrail video, a real chemtrail whistleblower video. He's like, "We're going to stop it. If you elect Trump into office, he's going to be on chemtrail duty." They're putting chemicals in the air, turning the freaking kids trans or something. I don't know, man. Yeah, he's doing it. Remember when I said that he was a fan of Joe Rogan and the Rogan conspiracy weirdos were a friend of him? Yes. So yes, he believes in these conspiracies, especially around the elder Kennedys in his family who were done with, who were done away with. He believes that the CIA was involved in their assassinations, and he personally takes precautions every day to stop himself from being gadded by the CIA as well.
I think happens when you get into office. Like if you're talking about your uncle who's assassinated, and you believe the intelligence agencies were a part of that. What happens to you?
Well, I gotta be careful. I mean, I'm aware of that, and I'm not, you know, I'm aware of that danger, and you know, I don't live in fear of it, you know, at all. But I'm not stupid about it, and I take precautions.
I take precautions. Apparently, he didn't take enough precautions, man, because like his Secret Service subscription just ran out. And so my boy, you better be taking some extra ones because if that's what you really believe, then they must be on you. They must be on him. They must be on him now, like white on rice. It's But those weird conspiracy theories and things that he was involved in, those were just kind of background noise for a long time. A sort of strange B plot to the main story that was the turbulent and terrible 2024 presidential race between the salty runback between Biden and Trump that nobody wanted. The rerun was not very good at all. And nobody was really talking about a Junior for a little while before he hopped back into the news again. And yes, if you can imagine from how bad things were originally, this only started to become worse. When he got back into the news, finally reclaimed the news cycle away from Biden and Trump and the shenanigans that they were getting up to, it was from an article that was written about him that some people called a bombshell article that claimed that he ate his dog on a camping trip. Junior denies eating a dog following bombshell vanity article. Kennedy said Tuesday on News Nation and Cuomo that a picture published of Kennedy posing alongside an unidentified woman with an animal carcass on a spit was actually a ghost. Was actually a goat, and not his dog when he was on a river trip. Actually, let me show you a picture of the let me show you a picture of the strange unidentified animal that was roasted on a spit, like that picture. Let me pull this up for you, just so you can. We're all on the same page here about what we are talking about. Let me open image and next. Yeah, here we go. So this is the picture. So this is a young RFK with an unidentified woman about to eat some random like flame broiled creature on a spit that I will say looks quite dog-like. I'm not gonna lie, that does look canine adjacent at the very least. And they said a dog went missing at some point, and then a picture of this was posted. But I want you to keep this in mind, because throughout this story there's going to be a running theme with RFK, and that's going to be desecrating and doing strange things to the corpses of animals. That's going to come up here in a bit. I know some people are going to be like, hold up, but we're not going to hold up. We're going to keep moving, because you're going to get more information at the moment, because after that dropped, another bombshell dropped about RFK. He posted a video on his a Twitter account of him telling a story to Roseanne Barr about how at one point in time he found a dead bear cub on the side of the road and decided to pick it up, play with it, throw it in the back of his car, say that he was going to eat it later when he was driving back from a falconry trip, but then realized at some point while he was driving in New York that he needed to catch a flight. So instead of trying to dispose of the baby bear's corpse in some way that a normal person would, he instead illegally dumped the bear's body in Central Park because he thought it was going to be funny. And this is actually something that nobody knew how it happened because there aren't bears in Central Park. And so he said that there are a lot of there's a lot of debate about bicyclists and adding bicycle lanes and people getting hit by bikers. So he thought that he would play a little prank on New York City by dumping a bear corpse in Central Park near a bike lane to make it look like a biker ran over and killed a bear cub. And then he took a flight and then left. Hilarious joke. Very funny, normal stuff that Junior just gets up to and is in his spare time. NYPD was it was an open case and NYPD had no clue how the bear cub actually got there. He did it because this was before like cameras just everywhere were kind of more ubiquitous, and he just did it and then left. He just dumped a bear corpse in Central Park and then left. That boy ain't right. There is also a picture of him playing with a dead bear's body, but I'm not going to show you that for obvious reasons. But something I am going to show you is what happened directly after this. Another bombshell article dropped about RFK. All this happened in July, mind you. All of these things that I'm telling you now happened in late May, early July, when something more serious than even defiling the corpse of a bear dropped, which was the story of him defiling the living body of a woman who accused him of SA, who was his babysitter for his children. Remember those children who he brought onto Jeffrey Epstein's plane twice? The babysitter who he had for that, for watching them when he was out of the house doing God knows what, accused him of SA. And you would expect a normal person, like when they actually believe that the allegations were false, or know that the allegations were false, or at least want you to believe that the allegations were false, would give some sort of canned statement that they say that this is unequivocally untrue or something. Junior didn't do that. Instead, he provided this comment, saying in response to getting asked this question, "I'm not a church boy." Wait, sorry, just one moment. Hello. sorry about that, chat. The GF's mom called. I heard her phone ringing and I was like, what is that? I thought she was going to pick it up, but she's actually asleep. Apparently she texted her mom like, hey, she wanted to like spark up a little convo, check in on her. And she, but by the time her mom called her, she knocked right out and she is dead asleep right now. Sleep as a rock. And so she just, and so I had to pick it up and let her know. So I'll tell her to call her back once she wakes up from her slumber. But you know, girls, you can't just wake them up like that. Like that's a deadly situation to wake a girlie up in her sleep. So I'm just gonna let her enjoy her sweet dreams. Moving on. He went on to breaking points after this to address the ramifications and to what we would expect, deny the allegations that he committed SA against this woman all these years ago. But he said instead on the podcast, he said it was a lot of garbage, but acknowledged that he had many skeletons in his closet. So he just said, listen, I'm no church boy. I got a lot of skeletons in my closet. And then he just sidestepped the idea of this assault. He was just like, yeah, she can say that and just left. So the idea that he actually did this to this woman, I feel like goes up dramatically when he can't even find it within himself to protest an allegation of this level of seriousness. He can't even protest it. He's just like, yep, I ain't no church boy. Sorry. The Vanity Fair article also featured Eliza Cooney, a former part-time babysitter who worked for Kennedy between 1989 and 1999, alleging that he illegally touched her in his kitchen. Kennedy declined to directly acknowledge the assault allegation at first, dismissing it. Instead dismissing the other allegations as part of a very, very rambunctious youth. He was just doing a lot of things in his youth. As like, he's 70 right now. Okay. This would be like 20 years ago. This is this man at like 50, 40 youth. Dog, you're a grown ass man. Youth. What? I was just a wacky little guy, you know. Maybe that's why he decided to go with maybe that's why he decided to work for Donald Trump at the end of the day. Both of them love to grab women by the yeah, wild how that works out, right? Wild how that works. So strange. I've said this from the very beginning. I'm no church boy. I'm not running like that. I had a very, very rambunctious youth. I said in my announcement speech that I have many skeletons in my closet, and that if they could all vote, I would run for king of the world. Okay, so you belong in jail. Like, chat, am I wrong? Like, you belong in jail. That is one of the most ominous, creepy, scary things I've heard from somebody in my entire life who's apparently friends with Jeffrey Epstein and who's hosted people like Bill Cosby and Weinstein at his house. Like, what are you saying? You're right. He's a DC villain. He's a villain. He's actually evil. He emanates evil aura. There's something horribly wrong with this man. And when pressed to be like, hey man, why'd you do that? Like, is this real? Is this not real? He said, I'm just not going to comment on it. I'm just no church boy. That's his response to the crime that should put him in jail allegation. I'm no church boy. But remember, I'm not joking when I said that that's why he was drawn to Trump, because both of them love to abuse women. And both of them were friends with Jeffrey Epstein and was on his plane. After this, and after the horrible Biden v. Trump debate, RFK decided to make his move. Okay, after realizing that he really does have no path forward and it's not possible for him to get a single electoral college vote anywhere, he decided to do the next best thing, which is leech off of someone else. Right? And this possibly, because it could be for so many different, maybe it's because of the brain worms. He also admitted that doctors found a dead parasite worm in his brain once. And it was dead because the poor thing starved. Didn't have nothing to eat up there. Poor little thing starved. A lot of people blame the brain worm for the way he was acting, but I'm going to be honest with you. I think hashtag the worm did nothing wrong. I think the worm accidentally made it in there, realized it had nothing to eat, and like starved to death in his cranium. There was nothing there. The worm wasn't the one that made him do that. He was just born like that. He was just born wrong. That boy ain't right. Okay. But ahead of the, but after the mass shooting at Trump's, after the mass shooting at Trump's campaign event in Pennsylvania, and after the disastrous debate with Biden, and before the RNC, RFK decided to make a little pit stop to go talk to Trump. Specifically, he said he went to go talk to Trump, and he said there are lots of rumors going around about my meeting this morning with President Trump. He said our main topic was national unity, and I hope to meet with Democratic leaders about this as well. That's what he said. He also commented and saying he's not dropping out of the race. Let's just be honest with ourselves. What was the purpose of this meeting? The purpose of this meeting was to ask for a spot in Donald Trump's campaign. And more likely than not, what this was to offer him to drop out of the race and endorse Trump instead to help him win, in exchange for being given a sweetheart deal in Trump's administration should he win. That was the point of it, right? And at this point in time, as people became more discontent with both Biden and Trump running in the race, and as Trump started to consolidate the Republican base in general, RFK started pulling more votes away from Biden than from Trump. And so the spoiler effect that the Trump campaign and Republicans were hoping was going to happen with RFK with Jr. being in the race was happening, and it was happening very well. He was taking on average between 2 to 3 points from Biden in any poll that was dropping, and Biden's leads would always get erased once an open field was polled in polls and surveys, and RFK was quickly making the rounds to different states with the help of RNC and Republican backers to get on as many states as possible and as many swing states as possible, specifically to spoil the race for Biden into many people are saying rat fuck Biden, because he wanted to own the Democratic Party since he couldn't win the nomination from Biden. He wanted to destroy Biden's campaign by acting as a spoiler, by using his dead father's name to hopefully install Donald Trump as the president again. Pretty evil stuff from this guy, honestly. But, okay, Donald Trump obviously told him to fuck off. Obviously he told him to kick rocks. And the reason is directly because he was stealing votes from Biden. And so obviously having him stay in the race was way more beneficial to any a rinky dink announcement that he could give him that would probably give him literally nothing, and would be only a boon to Biden, making it easier for him to remain in the race. So obviously he wasn't going to allow him to hop out of the race so easily. And so RFK continued on. He kept attacking both Biden and Trump, and he was doing press briefings as well. He gave this really ridiculous speech where he tried to lie to everyone about how even though his internal polls showed him polling like 50 points worse than everybody else in the race, only he could beat Donald Trump, and that's why he should be allowed to run and not Biden.
Billionaires, and both President Trump and President Biden engineered the lockdowns in 500 days. They created 500 new billionaires, and they shifted $4.3 trillion northward from the American middle class to this new aristocracy that we have. And it's destroying our country. We need a change. If people want more of the same, they can vote Democrat and they can vote Republican. the only way we're going to get a change in this country is if people come together behind the one candidate who is independent, who has vowed to have a unity government, to bring Republicans and Democrats and others all together in a way that
a unity government, bringing worms and brains together, finally, to heal our country.
It's common ground in our country. A candidate who's the only candidate who's pro-choice, who's pro-environment, who's pro-civil rights, and who beats Donald Trump by 14%. There is no other candidate who can beat Donald Trump. Look at all the polls that have been done over the last year. I beat Donald Trump, and nobody else can. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that is what we call in the business of politics a lie. He could not beat Donald Trump. He couldn't even beat the essay allegations. He couldn't even put up a fight against them. So obviously that wasn't something that was going to happen. He was just lying, hopefully to maintain his slowly dying campaign. Because little F? Did we get an F? DNF? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yeah. I see it. Brainworm is in the Wi-Fi. Oh no. Yeah, that sucks. I think it's done. I think it stopped. I think we're good. Refresh. Marco? Polo? Okay, at least you hear that. Yeah, I'm not on the worm in the Wi-Fi. It'd be crazy if I was trying to stream on Wi-Fi, but no, I'm on Ethernet. Yeah, there should be no problems with the internet, but I don't know, sometimes it just happens. Sorry, chat. So as this continued on, as this continued on, as the race dragged on, and Donald Trump was starting to pull ahead further and further away from Biden, as Biden was left in the dust, attempting to salvage his campaign, as Democrats were repeatedly beating him and telling him to get out of the race. Repeatedly beating him and telling him to get out of the race. His campaign started to fall apart. Now, why did that happen? Why was it falling apart? The reason was because he no longer became useful. As Joe Biden became as it became almost impossible for Joe Biden to continue on his campaign, and Biden just stopped becoming a threat. Trump and the rest of the Republicans saw 2024 as a lock, as just a win. They were going to moonwalk into the White House. Joe Biden couldn't do anything to stop them. The momentum was going to be like infinite, and it just wouldn't be possible for them to lose. And so conservatives and conservative leaning people and conservative commentators and strategists in the back end stopped propping up RFK's campaign. They stopped giving him money, and his campaign slowly but surely sputtered out, as even people who were disaffected, low information, high conspiracy weirdos started to even become less interested in RFK's campaign, as Trump continued to consolidate the right side of the political spectrum, to the point where people just kind of gave up and just said, well, Donald Trump's just going to be the president. That's just how it is. And then how we're just going to work through that. Right. Until the thing that shook up everything, which was Biden dropping out of the race. So Biden dropped out of the race, and RFK was like, whoa, this is crazy. But he saw an opening to jump ship from his failing campaign. He decided to do the same thing that he did to Trump, which was ask for a meeting with Kamala, specifically to discuss a cabinet job. He was like, all right, Kami, mommy, listen here, jump out of the race. Let me endorse you. Okay. And in exchange, I'll drop out of the race. and you give me a nice, cute little spot in your campaign, and I'll work to make sure that we both win. It's a win-win. It's a win-win-win. But she also told him to F off, even worse than Trump did, because at least Trump was decided to have a meeting with him. Kamala was like, I'm not going to speak to you about that. That is a horrible idea, and she wouldn't even entertain a meeting with him. So then he got pissy about it. He got really angry and pissy about it. And then the Kamala momentum began. The coconut started rolling downhill. And as we know now, right, Kamala Harris has improved by almost 10 points in polls from where Joe Biden was compared to Donald Trump. She has changed the race entirely. She has reset the race, and on top of resetting the race, she is now polling better against Trump than Biden had ever had in the 2024 election cycle, and is now possibly, you know, knock on wood, on track to possibly win. And many metrics even show, many forecasts even show her being favored to win at the moment. But you know, the only polls that really matter are the ones on election day. So get out there and vote, okay? And obviously she had the best fundraising days in the history of any campaign ever. She's on cloud nine. She's skyrocketing, doing incredibly well, better than anybody would have imagined. And so he was like, oh shoot, everything is bad. My campaign is dying. People know I'm a rapist. Nobody wants to talk to me, and I don't know how to get out of this. I don't know where the eject button is for this campaign. And so he just kind of slowly started to slink off into the darkness. But right before he disappeared, a hand from the light grabs onto the scruff of his neck like he's a puppy and pulls him back. And you know what that hand was? It was Donald Trump. And why did he do that? Why did he start to pull him back? That was because Trump realized, now that Biden was out of the race, RFK was no longer taking votes from Biden. He wasn't taking votes from Kamala because people liked Harris way more than they liked Trump. And the sort of moderate, sort of like edge Republicans and sort of and independents who could lean either way were more likely to either not vote at all or vote for Kennedy. And him being in the race made it so that Trump started to lose ground to Harris in an open field. And all that time that they spent getting him on the ballot in all of these swing states had come back to bite Trump in the ass hard, because now he has to fight for his life while having multiple points taken from him, the same way Junior was doing to Biden. And Kamala was running unburdened from what had been. And so the talking began. The lines of communication opened up, and the like squabbling back and forth between RFK and Trump ended instantly. And then we heard something very telling. The week of the DNC, the week of the DNC, and here's some proof of this as well. This poll. So this is Trump versus Harris in the head-to-head, which is just Trump. The only options were Trump and Harris. Kamala Harris was down 1 point, but if you look at the full field, Kamala Harris then ties Trump, gains 1 point, because Junior here was taking voters mostly from Trump, leading to a massive problem where, well, now he's going to have to fight Harris even harder than he did Biden by a lot, by an order of magnitude, because now he's having the spoiler effect be lumped onto him substantially, burdening him from what is. With what is, right? And so problems began. Problems began. So his running mate, okay? His running mate, Nicole Shanahan, is named Nicole Shanahan. Remember how I told you that we're going to be talking about Nicole Shanahan sometime soon? Well, now is the time to talk about Nicole Shanahan, because she is very interesting. She's a millionaire tech bro. She's a woman tech bro, millionaire, who has been who put millions of dollars of her own money into RFK's campaign to prop it up, to rat fuck Biden, who he picked specifically to be a cash cow for the campaign if times got tough. She hopped onto a crypto bro conservative leaning podcast show to talk about how everybody is so mean to us, everything is so bad and sad. We wanted to save the world from the evil of the two-party duopoly, but we realized that Kamala Harris is evil and stinky and cringe, so we might just have to gang up on her with Trump and drop out of the race. She teased them dropping out of the race because they realized that no longer were they just stopping Biden and screwing over the Democrats. Now their boy Trump was the one that they were harming, and it started to get bad.
The Republican Party taking us out, it is exclusively because of the Democratic Party taking us out. And I am so disappointed I ever helped them. I am so disappointed that I helped Chuck Schumer in that Georgia runoff secure a majority. It's probably one of the biggest mistakes of my life. And it's really devastating. So to answer your question, we are not spoilers. That was never our motivation. We really wanted a fair shot. I think had we had a fair shot, we would have won. I still would love to see in the last 80 days of this election some miracle play out where we get a chance to debate. I don't think they're going to let us. And, given this, I think.
Why would they? You're a loser. No one cares. I'm sorry. I had to be the one to say it. I am the chosen one. Someone had to say it. Like, no one cares what you have to say. That's why you're not getting any votes.
We are taking a very serious look at making sure that the people that have corrupted our fair and free democracy do not end up in office in November. It's hard. I mean, it's really hard, Tom, to say these words, because it's also acknowledging how bad things are.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the words. Do you guys see any path to victory at this point?
I mean, technically, if we can stay on the ballots, we've qualified for all the ballots now.
Yeah, so what's the problem with you running and trying to win? So just so you know, she's blaming the Democrats for them not being able to win the election, because if the Democrats weren't so mean and stinky, they would have been able to win, and they would have definitely had a path to victory somehow. They could have won. But also they are on the ballots, even though the Democrats were super mean to them anyways. So what did the Democrats do to you, even though, because you're on all the ballots that you needed to be on, that you wanted to be on anyways? Like, so which one is it? Did the Democrats stop you from winning, or do you have the potential to win anyways because you got everything that you want, even though they were against you? Which one is it? And apparently she's not really going to expand on that, because the real motivation for them being in the race, once again, was to hopefully take votes from Biden sneakily so that Donald Trump could win. But when they realized that wasn't going to be possible, because they were taking votes from Trump, they wanted to drop out of the race.
Which is like an enormous feat. Like, you don't understand. The system was designed after Ross Perot to keep this from ever happening again, and we accomplished it. So technically, we could win. We could absolutely win still. The problem is if you censor a candidate, as we've been censored, people don't get a chance to even hear us. There are things that could happen that would still allow us to win.
That is not true.
Presidency worth us staying in.
So I want to get to the important part here.
The question is the risk of a Harris-Walz presidency worth us staying in? And that's the question we have to ask ourselves right now is, do we trust Trump and in his personal sincerity to really do the right thing for our country and disease, balance the budget, end these forever wars? Is he somebody that's going to continue to invite people like Bobby and I into the conversation? Or is he going to fall victim again to the things he fell victim to in his first administration? So these were...
It's the constant meme. I love this. I love this. It's the constant meme. Will Trump change? The answer is no. Like, the people who are asking themselves, will Trump change, are as stupid as the people who ask themselves, will the sun rise in the morning? The answer is yes, every time. It's done it for billions of years now, actually. It will rise again tomorrow. Will Trump change? No. Will gravity one day turn upside down and fly us into space? No, it won't, actually. That won't happen. I hate to be the one to break it to you. I hate to be the one to break through your delusion, but no, that won't be happening.
We're waiting.
So, but they think to themselves, the risk of the Harris Walls campaign. Why is the Harris Walls campaign a risk to them? Why in the world would the Harris Walls campaign be a risk to a rapist and a multi-millionaire a Silicon Valley conspiracy freak who makes money off of exploiting people? I wonder why the Harris Walls campaign may be seen as a risk to these people. Very curious, isn't it? It's quite strange indeed. So this is where she goes on to say they are we are very scared of Walls and Harris, so we are thinking about endorsing Trump and dropping out of the race instead.
At all. It's not an easy calculation. We want what's best for this country first and foremost, and it is you know, it's an interesting place to be. I won't lie. Like, you can't make this stuff up.
Quite interesting being stupid, isn't it?
I think that what my gut tells me right now is that we just have to keep being honest. I gotta just keep being honest. I gotta keep
me when I lie,
focusing on what matters the most outside of party lines. I need to focus on a vision that goes beyond November. And if that means that we stay in, and, you know, there's benefits to staying in. If we get over 5% of the vote, we actually establish ourselves as a party. 71% of Americans want a strong third party.
Okay, but not you,
with a
though.
Real shot at winning.
Your running mate is a rapist?
There's even public funds available if
rapist.
We get over 5% of the vote. So
rapist?
We could get, I think it's like $13.5 million in public funds to keep the party going. And that's, you know, that's
I'm sorry, Chad. She's so boring, but this speech is important.
That means that we can position for a real third party election in 2028 where we access, which means that we can spend all of that time and money campaigning. There's two options that we're looking at, and one is staying in, forming that new party, but we run the risk of a Kamala Harris and Waltz
Walls, there's no T.
presidency, because we draw votes from Trump, or we draw somehow more votes from Trump.
Somehow, yeah, somehow that's crazy. Wow, it's crazy that the conspiracy theorist rapist ticket is drawing more votes from Trump than Kamala Harris, huh? It's weird how that works. Why would the Silicon Valley venture capitalist, Epstein friend, conspiracy theory rapist ticket be drawing more votes from Donald Trump than Kamala? Huh? She must be gobsmacked. How is this possible? What? Shouldn't Democrats love the rapist ticket? Like, what? Come, what? Golly gee willikers, I'm shocked by this information.
Or we walk away right now and join forces with Donald Trump, and you know, we walk away from that and we explain to our base why we're making this decision.
Right. So that's where she says it out loud, where they're thinking about how they want to drop out of the race because they're a spoiler for Donald Trump now, and they really wanted Donald Trump to win the election all along instead of the Democrats and Kamala Harris, because they take my money away, or they want to give the autism shot to all of the babies or whatever, some stupid shit like that. Moving on, that wasn't obviously something as big as his running mate coming out and saying that he's going to be doing something like that. Is pretty large, and obviously people thought that with this being said, the likelihood of him dropping out has now skyrocketed, and yes, it absolutely did. It absolutely did skyrocket 100%. And obviously this got down to Trump, and Trump heard it as well. And right after this was said, Trump was obviously asked about the idea of a junior endorsement, and maybe even joining forces with him on the campaign, maybe even rewarding him for his endorsement and dropping out of the race and to help him win, with giving him a spot in his administration. And he was like, this might be a good idea.
Can I ask you about RFK? Because just moments ago, his running mate said that they were considering endorsing you. Have you considered him for a role in the administration, and what role would that be?
Well, we haven't, but I would love that endorsement because I've always liked him.
Would you?
He has always hated him.
Also consider putting him in the administration?
You're asking me a very unusual question. I haven't been asked that question yet. I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. I probably would if something like that would happen.
I like him a lot. I respect him a lot. We all know that Trump hates this guy. I showed you at the beginning them arguing and throwing barbs at each other back and forth constantly. They hate each other. They always hated each other. What changed? Well, the calculus changed. They now see that their interests are aligned more than they are divergent. And Donald Trump helping out millionaires like them keep more money in their pocket while screwing over the working and middle class is something that they appreciate. And the Walz and Harris ticket, the Harris-Walz ticket, is something that is going to be a danger to them. So obviously they want to support him instead. There's only one problem. There's one small problem, very tiny problem. You see, this is a very tiny, very small, very little itty bitty problem. You know how big this problem is actually with how small it is? You know how big this is? It's just about the size of the federal government of the United States. You know why? Because what he said right there is what we call in the business a federal crime. So it's promises of promotions. What that is if you are a candidate running for office, you cannot promise somebody you cannot promise to reward somebody with something valuable, like an endorsement, like work for you, with a gain of employment, with something that you would be getting if you were to win office, for them doing something, for them doing something like this. Okay, like you cannot go to somebody and say, hey, endorse me and I'll give you a job in my administration. That is a crime. And so obviously they would never actually do something like this. All right. They would never, even though Donald Trump was cozying up to Junior, he obviously would really, his big, smart, very amazing, stable genius brain, and the absolute hundreds of lawyers and advisors around him would tell him, you cannot promise or offer or outwardly explain that you want to give RFK a job in your administration if you win, for endorsing you, because that is a federal crime, and you cannot offer him gainful employment anywhere, either in like his businesses or in his administration, for that endorsement. That is a crime. Obviously he wouldn't do that. And so that's why that's why, okay, RFK then directly after this dropped out of the race. And you know what he did right after he did that? He endorsed Donald Trump. And you know what happened right after he endorsed Donald Trump? He was seen with him at his Arizona rally that very same day. Ah, yes. Yes. Did you hear like the very little cheers that happened? Bro, nobody cared. How dare they play the Foo Fighters? Yeah, don't worry. The Foo Fighters sued them, actually. They sent a cease and desist and they did not want them to play. Yeah, nobody was cheering when he walked out. He went up to say like, yeah, thank you. Very cool. Yeah, he's shaking his hand a lot. He won't let go of it. You see, he tried to let go of his hand real quick. Yeah, great. Very cool. Yeah, and you can just stand right there, buddy. Very good. Just so you know, like you would think that the crowd is cheering right now, very excited to see him. I'm not playing it because of, like copyright, but I just want to show you. I want to show you what I want you to listen to how dead the crowd is when he walked out. Now he's waving, because you would imagine the sparklers, the wave. You would imagine the crowd would be going crazy. This is what they actually sound like. Nothing. Just literally almost nothing. I think people were actually like, who is he? who is this guy? But this isn't proof that Donald Trump offered Junior a job in the administration for the endorsement. Obviously not. That'd be me reaching in more lefty lies. So that's why RFK later on his own YouTube channel uploaded the video of Donald Trump promising to give him a job in his administration for his endorsement in this very strange, really weird announcement video that he uploaded on his channel that kind of reads like I don't know, it kind of reads like a criminal like justice show, like a crime show or something.
And I also want to salute Bobby's decades of work as an advocate for the health of our families and our children. Nobody's done more. Millions and millions of Americans who want clean air, clean water, and a healthy nation have concerns about toxins in our environment and pesticides in our food. That's why today I'm repeating my pledge to establish a panel of top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing...
Yeah, just in case you didn't know, he was just kind of standing there for a little while.
The decades top experts working with Bobby to investigate what is causing the decades-long increase in chronic health problems and childhood diseases, including autoimmune disorders, autism, obesity, infertility, and many more. Thank you, President Trump.
It's kind of scary how it does that, right? Like, what is this editing? Just ran. It's kind of like a jump scare. It's very strange.
Thank you, President. Many more. Thank you, President Trump. A few hours.
Please stop.
After the assassination attempt at Butler.
Anyways, he's going to yap for a little bit. But yes, that was Trump saying that he was going to be, if he wins, he wants to elevate RFK to a spot in his administration in the health department to cure autism and stop vaccines or whatever. Literally in broad daylight committing more federal crimes. Just so you know, once again, federal crime to promise to give somebody gainful employment or benefits in your administration if you're running for public office for an endorsement. Donald Trump and Junior meet about him dropping out of the race to give him an endorsement for a promise of being in his administration. Then they have a rally together where Trump says that he's going to be elevating Junior to his administration if he wins, and Junior says he's dropping out of the race and endorsing Trump. I don't know how you can get any more blatant than this. It's like what? It's just broad daylight, brazen, shameless federal crimes right in our face because he thinks that they can just get away with it. This and more is stuff that Donald Trump promises to do if he gets into office. This is just a crime that anybody with two eyes can easily see and pick out. That would clip literally anybody who wasn't Donald Trump, because if he wins, he's just going to get away with it. And so many other federal crimes against the entirety of the American people, against the world, against the United States. Just the concept of the United States as well, because the Supreme Court will give him ultimate, almost complete immunity over any crime that he could possibly commit in office, as long as he was acting in his role as the president. And so this is where we are right now. The very strange, the weird, creepy rapist ticket that has formed because of that's formed by two millionaires who are both one convicted of assaulting women, the other one who has been just accused of assaulting women and couldn't even bring himself to throw up any contest to that. And it's just genuinely sick. But before I end this, there is one more wrinkle. Yes, we're almost done, but I want to look at the last page here, this very last page, and that is RFK's plan. Now, I did tell you that he planned to drop out of the race. That's a little bit of a lie. He's actually not suspending his campaign. He doesn't want to suspend his campaign because he still wants to get votes. He still wants to be able to get votes on in a presidential election. I don't know, maybe that's on his bucket list before he dies, or it's just like fun for him, or maybe he has some plan for it somehow in some possible way. I'm not really sure. Maybe somebody told him that would be a good idea. Maybe he's just doing it for fun, but but what we do know is that he's not suspending his campaign. And still at this very moment, he is technically still a candidate for the president of the United States as an independent candidate. Now, the reason why I'm telling you this as the last wrinkle, that's not it. It's just only a piece of the puzzle. The other part that makes this so important is the fact that he wanted to withdraw his name from the swing states that people see as most important. The 7 swing states that, well, he said 10 swing states, but the 7 swing states that we know of, that being Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and the 3 Rust Belt states. He wanted to pull his name from those states specifically, but leave his name on the ballot in every other state that isn't very competitive, so he can still get votes and he can tell his people that they can still vote for him if they choose to. That was the plan. The problem is, as I've painstakingly hopefully laid out for you in this segment, RFK is very stupid. And the reason why I say that is because his plan failed miserably. Why? Because he's stupid. But the reason for why, outside of his own melting conspiracy-addled brain, was the fact that he waited too long. Yes, you would imagine, wow, changing ballots this late into an election cycle seems like a really difficult thing to do. Mind you, we're in late August right now, and the election is on November 3rd. That's like 2 months away at this point, right? Wouldn't you think that that's really cutting it close? Well, it is. And actually, he missed the mark. He missed the mark in over half of the states that he wanted to pull his name from, actually. And so what happened is that since he waited so long, after fighting so hard, him and the Republicans who fought so hard to get him onto the ballot to rat fuck Biden, now those same states that he fought tooth and nail to have his name on the ballot for have told him to get bent when he wanted to take his name off because he waited too long. The deadline for certifying ballots is over. Some states, like North Carolina, who at this time of recording has already printed their ballots, and early ballots are going to be sent out in less than 2 weeks from now, 12 days as of this recording, has already printed their ballots with his name on it. And so they said, no, we're not taking your name off. We already printed your name. It's right here. And so he, at this moment, has been taking more votes from Trump and can't take his name off the ballot. And even if he drops out of the race, even if he does end his campaign, he still would be forced to be on the ballot. And he's been fighting hard to get off in many of these states, but it just didn't work. Some of the swing states that he tried to get off have just told him, no, he can't take his name off of the ballot in Michigan, Nevada, North Carolina, and Wisconsin, and Wisconsin as well. All of these states said that he can't take his name off. All of them said he can't take his name off. And even today, the election commission said that said that he's not allowed to take his name off the ballot in Wisconsin. So he's now going to be a spoiler for Trump in over half of the most important swing states in the country, while committing federal crimes on Donald Trump's campaign to help him win, while also screwing him over because he's not allowed to not be a spoiler on the ballot anymore because he waited until late August to be able to pull his name off. It would be even worse in Georgia because he's still being adjudicated in Georgia at the moment because a judge said he couldn't be on the ballot after he appealed a ruling that said that he can't be on the ballot. And now it goes to Brad Raffensperger. Remember Brad Raffensperger, who is the guy who Donald Trump called 4 years ago to ask him to magically find over 12,000 votes so he could win Georgia over Joe Biden, because that was the margin that Biden won Georgia over him. That guy is now going to decide, has the sole authority to decide whether or not Kennedy's name is going to be on the ballot. As we all know that Kennedy's going to be pulling more votes from Trump that could lead to Kamala Harris winning Georgia and possibly him having a higher vote margin than the margin between Harris and Trump if Georgia was close again, which is seeming like it very much can be as Kamala momentum has been picking up. Somebody asked about Pennsylvania. In Pennsylvania, he was ruled to not be able to be on the ballot. He was in the middle of a court case where he was applying to be on the ballot, appealing that ruling that kicked him off the ballot. He just said that he's not going to be fighting the ruling and said that he's going to be endorsing Donald Trump instead. And so he's off the ballot in Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, he's off. But in Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Michigan, and Wisconsin, he is he's on the ballot. My bad. Those other states, except for Georgia, where it's like a 50-50 chance he's going to be on the ballot at the moment. The other states, he is on the ballot. And so the only states where he's not on right now is Arizona and Pennsylvania. Arizona and Pennsylvania are the only states that he's definitely not on the ballot for. So even the game that he tried to play with pulling out because he was so angry that Kamala Harris wouldn't commit federal crimes for him while trying to win the presidency has backfired stupendously on him. And that's where we are. That's where we are right now. The failed, cringe, disgusting, weird, and silly Robert F. Kennedy Jr. campaign comes to a crashing halt that is so spectacular that it couldn't even die correctly. His campaign had no legs. It was on life support, and now it can't even die right. This man gets nothing right in his life. That's why him and Trump apparently are a perfect match. RFK is not on the ballot in Texas. No. All right. So that's the Robert F. Kennedy Seggy. Chat, how was that? Good Seggy? I liked it. Thank you. Thank you. And others, thank you. Thank you. I thought after I started looking into him, I was like, man, this is crazy. Couldn't have written it better myself. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks for the supports. Thank you for the support. Very kind of you. Apparently Twitter is broken right now. Is Twitter down? The only thing I can see is Haktua. I'm scared. Good? No, not good, because like half of the clips that I wanted to pull up for like Candace and Fuentes are from Twitter. Why do people find the Hawk Tuah thing funny? I think it's more ironic at this point. I don't think people actually find it funny anymore. I think it was funny for like literally a moment, but is no longer funny. But here, Derided XD, thank you so much for the 4 tier 1 subs. Congratulations. White name freeloaders for the subs. I really thank you so much. Yo, favorite emote out. I really appreciate you. Thanks for the 4 gifted subs, for helping others join the frenzy and being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you. Hi Shark. I'm a YouTube frog, but I've been watching you for years really. Wow. Long time watcher, first time site user apparently. And I want to give back. That's incredibly kind. Thank you so much. I mean, like I could only be here for people like you for that really long-term support for what I do. So that means so much to me. Thank you so much. Thanks for being the best political streamer out there. I do my best. I'm just a guy, but I'm glad to be your streamer. Thanks for inviting me into your home. I appreciate you. Luna, thank you so much for the tier 1 for joining the frenzy. Being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that. All good, no notes. Perfect. Yo, congrats freeloaders. Congrats to all freeloaders. What time is it? 11:20? Okay, I don't want to save this for tomorrow. I want a clean slate for tomorrow's stream. I want a clean slate. I want to get done everything today. So it's a little late, but we're gonna keep going, and we're gonna do the Candace Fuentes Nazi war Segi here, okay? Chet, did you see that apparently? So Trump went to Arlington National Cemetery, and apparently 2 of his campaign staff. Apparently his campaign staff got into a fist fight with one of the officials at Arlington. We're officially in Trump's Arlington Park arc. Dog, what? Trump campaign staff had an altercation with official at Arlington National Cemetery. Two members of Trump's campaign staff had a verbal and physical altercation on Monday with an official at Arlington National Cemetery. They jumped him? They jumped my nigga? Are you serious? They wouldn't give him the respect of a fair fight. They jumped him? They pulled up on his block? And he caught these hands? Yo, how you gonna fight like a cemetery keeper? What in the world? Verbal and physical ops everywhere. Yeah, it's like you're right, it's the Mahito gif. Wait a second. What the hell? What is wrong with the Trump boys? What is happening? Why they like an actual gang? What the hell? Why'd they jump him? The POV chat, we have video of what happened at Arlington.
Get him up, let him get up, let him get up, let him get up.
Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!
Ooh, why they beat that boy's ass like that? What'd he do wrong? What'd he do wrong? I gotta find this out. What'd he do wrong? What happened? A source with knowledge of the incident at the cemetery, a source with the knowledge of the incident said the cemetery official tried to prevent Trump staffers from filming and photographing in a section where recent U.S. casualties are buried. Very normal thing that a cemetery groundskeeper would do, because that's disrespectful. The source said Arlington officials had made it clear that only cemetery staff members are authorized to take photographs or film in that area known as Section 60. With get away from me. When the cemetery official tried to prevent Trump campaign staff from entering Section 60, campaign staff verbally abused and pushed the official aside, according to a source. Trump participated in the event to mark the 3rd anniversary of the deadly attack on U.S. troops and Afghanistan forces when they withdrew from the country, where 13 U.S. service members perished. The Trump campaign blamed Biden for his own plan messing up, because once again, remind you, Biden just had to follow through with Trump's plan when it comes to pulling out of Afghanistan. In a statement to NPR, Stephen Chung, the Trump campaign spokesman, strongly rejected the notion of a physical altercation and added, "We are prepared to release footage if such defamatory claims are made." The fact is that a private photographer was permitted on the premises for whatever reason. An unnamed individual, clearly suffering from a mental health episode, decided to physically block members. Is he actually calling the Arlington cemetery officials the R word? Is he actually calling them mentally ill for telling them not to film in a cemetery after they told them not to film in a cemetery? He said some mentally ill freak told us not to film in a cemetery, and so we told him to kick rocks. Decided to physically block members of President Trump's team during a very solemn cemetery. During a very solemn ceremony, Chung said the Trump campaign declined to make that footage available. Okay, they ain't got it. They don't have it. The pump fake is crazy. In a statement to NPR, Arlington National Cemetery said it can confirm there was an incident. And a report was, they filed a report. Yo, what the hell? They beat his ass. Like, what they do to this guy? That's crazy. This guy really has no respect for anyone. It's like when he tear gassed BLM protesters and then to hold a Bible upside down of a church he never attended. Federal law prohibits political campaigns or election. Federal law prevents political campaigns or election-related activities within Army National Military Cemeteries to include photographers, content creators, or any other person attending for purposes or in direct support of partisan political candidate campaigns. Wow, Donald Trump has committed another federal crime 2 days after the other federal crime that he committed with promising a campaign employment spot to JFK Jr. for the endorsement. Very, very interesting stuff from the Trump campaign. So defiling a cemetery is also now on his list of peculiar actions. Cool. Disrespecting a cemetery. Cool. Well, Shark's got a new room now. No, this is just like the wall that you saw behind me before I went on break. That's where I used to stream. I had to change because I had to change walls because there's probably going to be some construction soon. I don't want to have to change it at some point later. My friend is buried there, actually. Nice. Can you imagine like just Trump photographers not giving two hecks, just trampling over U.S. Service members' graves just for what they do. Listen, he did it for the gram. He was at Arlington for the gram. A national military cemetery. Nice. Jews, you know them. Some of you may even love them. I don't have any Jews in my life, as far as I know. My last girlfriend, she was like 12% Ashkenazi Jew, so that was pretty cool, right? So that I thought that was interesting. You know who else thinks Jews are interesting? Candace Owens. Candace Owens has been going off the deep end after she got fired from the Daily Wire for her insane comments that they couldn't even support after all the horrible things that after all the horrible things that the Daily Wire has said and promoted Somehow Candace Owens was able to trample over all of it and reach a level of stupidity, bigotry, and evil that not even the Daily Wire could co-sign anymore. After being fired and becoming a NEET for a little while, Candace Owens disappeared. We talked about her getting fired a little while ago, but ever since then, she had been relatively quiet. But recently, she had come back, and she's come back with a vengeance, not just for the Daily Wire, not just for Conservative Inc. that had abandoned her, not just for the Democrats and gay people and people left of center, and people who are not Christian, but Jews and the Jewish cabal, in her words, who have controlled the country, in her opinion, and who have brought evil upon the American people, who must be stopped. Candace Owens has gone completely off the deep end with deranged, ridiculous, debunked, and dangerous anti-Semitic conspiracy theories that she's been peddling in her head on Twitter, but now on her YouTube channel and more, now that she's come back and has leaned fully into seeming to be like a never-ending mental health episode that is her deep dive into the deep pits of anti-Semitism. Now, we haven't talked about her much because she left, but now that she's back and has been posting more content than ever, I think it's a great time to finally catch up with Candace and see what she's been up to. She released a video not too long ago where she was sitting at her desk in her study in her home in Tennessee, where she explained that the Jews are apparently coming after her. And people need to wake up because this is apparently not normal. By not normal, she means the conspiracy theories in her head, and not the fact that she needs to take her pills. Take a look at this.
Do you think it's normal, by the way, that basically every person who speaks about Israel has to basically say a statement that's like, I don't want to get killed?
What? What? No, actually, I haven't. I've been listening and reading a lot of stuff about Israel these last 10, 11 months that the war has been going on, but I actually haven't seen that. What has Netanyahu sent you an email saying that he thinks that there's a Hamas tunnel under your home in Tennessee? Is that right? Is that what happened? No, personally, I haven't seen that.
like literally, because speaking about it, people are like, Candace, beef up your security.
Also, just so you know, I do not have this sped up. So here's my video speed up thing. This is one time speed. She is actually having a mental health breakdown. Here, she's genuinely having like a just a disassociation episode. She's literally tweaking. This is not sped up. This is just how she acts now. She has actually very visibly deteriorated since the last time we saw her.
Literally, because speaking about it, people are like, Candace, beef up your security. That's not fucking normal. Excuse my language, but that is not normal. Okay, it's not normal that people have to think about their security because, and by the way, it's not normal that then the way that you get comfortable with it is you're like, well, they shot JFK in an open car, so there's not, he's a sitting president. Obviously my security doesn't really matter. If they want me, they're gonna get me. That's not a normal thought process to have. We don't have that about any other country in the world, except for the one that, took over ours. And that's the truth, okay? We are an occupied nation. And if it's going to take women having to speak up and say that to make permission, to give permission to men to do the same, then I'm happy to be the first person, okay? I just want to be clear. Anything happens to me, blame the Zionists. 1,000% blame the Zionists. Let that be my parting word.
Okay, so anyways, this is her recording a video saying, this is her I'm not suicidal video because she thinks the Jews are going to execute her. Oh, this didn't go over well, obviously. Her grand comeback. This didn't really go over very well. Yeah, this bitch is tweaking. This woman is losing her mind. with many conservatives from across the aisle, from rank and file Republicans to light conservatives, and all of them had to come out to be like, this is insane. Because once again, if you guys didn't know, Candace Owens is one of the largest conservative content creators in the country. She has 6 million followers. She has 6 million subscribers on YouTube and gets hundreds of thousands, if not millions of views a video. She is, at this moment in time, she is she's getting more pull than Ben Shapiro, than Matt Walsh, than not as much as Tucker Carlson, as far as I know, but she's really up there. She is a name that if you know a conservative, they know her name. Candace Owens is a large figure, and so obviously her being, you know, zooted out of her gourd on anti-Jewish conspiracies is going to trickle down. That's the real trickle down. It's the stupidity trickle down, and it rolls downhill like piss. That's the real trickle down for conservatives, and they don't want to have to wear their rain boots to free themselves from the sloshing of Candace piss dribbling down from the heavens where she stands compared to them. So this person had to release a statement. Even Fox News contributor Sarah Carter had to come out and had to disavow. I've known Candace for some time, and I admired her work on Blexit, and had valued her voice in the conservative movement. Cringe. Sadly, something seems to have gone wrong with Candace, so she is now engaging in spreading vile and vicious conspiracy theories about Jewish people. Pro-Trump influencer Gad Sayad, something like that, had to drop in and be like, what happened to this woman? A few years ago, I hosted her on my show and she seemed reasonable and composed. Spoiler alert, she was always crazy. She just happened to jump onto another crazy. Chris Rufo. Chris Rufo is the guy who's actually a part of in conservative intellectual Thunderdome, the conservative intellectual think tank. This guy is actually the guy who popularized conservatives being against CRT, critical race theory and DEI. This is the guy who helped popularize that inside of the conservative zeitgeist. So he actually has a pretty decent pull, even though he's not super big online. He's mostly on Twitter. The work he does is kind of silently in the shadows, causing trouble for the American populace and the world as a whole. Chris Rufo even had to chime in and said, I think part of it is algorithm chasing. He sees a conservative saying something crazy and he's like, I know that. That's grifting right there. Paradoxically, when there was censorship on Twitter, she knew how to be provocative and stay within the edge. Now the boundaries are gone and anti-Semitism drives negative attention. She fell into the trap and there's no way out. Basically what he's saying is that Elon Musk turned Twitter into a loudspeaker for the most vile, hate-filled messages on the internet, outside of like dark web places that you can barely even mention, that only people who are sitting on FBI, CIA watch lists frequent in their spare time know about, or spend any real time there, honestly. So this is not the only time. Chris Rufo is a part of a Florida college board now. But basically what happened, well, remember, DeSantis and Florida is ground zero for conservative reactionary culture war politics. Ron DeSantis is the culture war governor. That's how he's governed. Like how literally what's popular on Twitter, on conservative Twitter, is the policy that he would like to implement. That's why when that Washington Post reporter, Taylor Lorenz, exposed who Libs of TikTok was, Chaya Hraichik, that woman, that Ron DeSantis personally reached out to Chaya and offered her refuge in the governor's mansion in Florida, because he literally gets his legislative agenda from fucking Twitter. But that's a topic for another day, honestly. But thanks for bringing that up, because that is kind of wild. Remember how the other day we talked about these new up and coming mom and pop shop child sex trafficking addicts and international pimps, Tristan and Andrew Tate. She had interviews with both of them because actually, if you didn't know, which is also a topic for another day, Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer, is a man who owned Parler and who tried to pawn it off to Kanye West when he was having a mental health episode to get money from him since Parler was failing and he was getting into conservative politics. He thought he could scam this mentally ill man out of millions of dollars and leave Parler in the dust. This guy actually has been best friends with Andrew Tate even before he started sex trafficking children and moved to Romania to have sex with children. And so she's always, since at least 2019, she's had an in with the Tate bros. And remember that video that I just showed you of her talking in her office, having that like mental health episode? There's something that I didn't point out to you that some of you with keen eyes might have been able to notice, and that's this right here. Right behind her is this picture on the wall. Right, and I want to pull this up really quick. Because this is actually important, and not just because it's just some random picture. It's not. This is actually a picture of her husband, George Farmer, and Andrew Tate, hung up on her wall in her study, in her office, behind her at all points in time. She is very close with the Tate bros. She knows about the inner workings of how him and his brother pimp out, assault, beat, threaten, and kidnap vulnerable women all across Eastern Europe, Eastern and Central Europe. She knows this. She is friends with them. He is a family friend. He is literally invited to the cookout, and they actually have each other's numbers. This is something that she knows very intimately. And since now they're both content creators, they can both farm each other for content. Now that Tristan and Andrew are the run for child sex trafficking, the devout Christian Candace Owens decided that this would be a perfect time to invite both of them onto her YouTube channel to discuss the most important topics of the day, like Jewish cabals running the world and how Stalin was a Jew who was bent on destroying America or something. Take a listen to this.
On me and Andrew and our message and you, because the internet is now forever and people are going to be able to watch this stuff and say these people were wrong, these people were truly evil. I don't think that you'll be able to psyop people that much. And I have children, you have children, and I'm not going to let this world, I'm going to do the most I can. I'm going to do my absolute best to make sure that I leave this world a better place for them, whether or not.
Oh, 1 second. I think I skipped a little too far.
Hearing the news, I guess, did you go to the courthouse first and then they let you go, or
the prisoners, everybody erupted in this,
managed to enslave the majority of humans?
3 or 4 days of sleeping in my own bed until I, realized I was actually free to walk around my house, and see my friends and talk to people. It was an experience like none other. You couldn't replicate it. No matter how much money you had, no matter who you hired, you couldn't possibly replicate that feeling.
I have a theory, which came from my buddy Dave Smith, that, part of the reason that you and your brother are being so attacked is because you represent a real threat to what you guys term the Matrix.
Yes.
The real reason why they're so attacked is they are accused of sex trafficking minors across Eastern Europe. Not attacking the Matrix. If by Matrix you mean age of consent laws, then yeah, I guess they're being attacked for going against the Matrix.
They managed to enslave the majority of human civilization.
Me, when I'm enslaved to the age of consent.
Via either banking, people have bank debts, debts that are usually accrued because of education. They've enslaved their minds via the education system. And also they've enslaved them because if it ever came down to it, the majority of people wouldn't be able to fight for their freedom, quite literally fight for their freedom. And then you take a look at what you and your brother have built. And I had not even realized how successful Hustler University was. It's a
Hustlers University is a pimping and sex trafficking course that Andrew Tate has made money on. Imagine Skillshare, but the skill is rape. That is what Hustlers University is, just so you know.
full disruption to traditional education system that most kids can afford and don't need to go into six-figure debt for, because it's $49.99 for a course. And I actually hired someone not realizing they were a Hustler University graduate and they've been an incredible employee.
Yes.
And this is a person from the wrong side of the tracks who now has an opportunity and he's learning how to make money in this world. And he's not doing it because he has to first figure out how to pay all of these debts like I did with student loans. And then you have these two brothers and they're embodying the family and they're speaking about traditional masculinity like, you know, I'll beat you in a fight.
Yeah.
Like just that old school, like I will beat you up in a fight.
Yeah, man.
And
Or the will to fight. A reason to stand
I'll skip forward just a little bit
he's
here.
a hustler. It's the only way I can describe it. People really understand what it is they love about that movie, you know?
Yes.
Because it hits at something in their spirit.
Yeah.
Jackson and pedophilia because they are.
Oh yeah, here, sorry.
Absolute
This part
to make sure.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to jump scare you with that. Yeah, this is the part that I meant to find.
Or that I leave this world a better place for them, you know, whether or not it puts me in jail or not. I mean, spoiler alert, I'm not a human trafficker. That doesn't make any sense.
And what's actually funny is that
Oh, that's crazy because I almost confuse you for one, man.
everything that they accuse people of doing is what they are. And this gets into, which I need to do a full episode on this, but like they accuse Michael Jackson of pedophilia because they are the pedophiles.
They are pedophiles.
Like the media is literally an ecosystem that was built to protect pedophiles.
Yes.
Right. And once you start realizing, like we said before we got live here, thatAlex Jones was right. When he started speaking about the satanic worshiping elites that are all pedophiles, I remember first hearing Alex Jones being like, this man is like
insane.
On crack.
I was in my early 20s and he's sitting there super energetic as always, ranting about these satanic pedophiles and how they're drinking the blood of children. I was like, really? Like, they're just politicians. I mean, they're not that bad.
How could that be happening?
Turns out he was completely right about everything. And
everything.
And I feel like what Alex Jones knows, because here's the real scary part, tip of the iceberg, right? This is what Alex Jones knows, and this is what he's waking everyone up to. And this is what we now understand, and we're trying to wake people up to. What don't we know yet? What are we going to discover in the next 10 years? What if the culture of the world changes, Trump gets in charge, a bunch of right-wing politicians take control of Europe as they should, and start digging into the files? What are we actually...
Yeah, they're definitely drinking. They are out of it. They are out of their gourd. Listen, she had that Stanley Cup there. I remember they got exposed for actually having lead in the cup. I don't know. Her Stanley Cup might be leaking lead. She might be having a pocket Flint, Michigan. That might be what's wrong with her. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Actually going to find out. That's the scary part.
Yeah, we don't know.
Right here.
I
mean, the more that I learn about anything, I'm just like, the school system exists to make you stupid, but convince you that you're smart.
That's true. Yeah, very true. Yeah, the people who never actually went through school, finished school, are actually the smart ones that are free. Because the more you learn, the more you disagree with me. And so obviously you must be stupider the more you actually learn. So that's why you must learn less and read 4chan articles. That makes you smart.
Going around the world, deleting history. I think it's part of the reason why we keep plundering the Middle East is because they want no relics of history, because that allows these Marxists, because that's who they are,
Marxists?
to rewrite it. And the reality is that America got overtaken by Marxism. It happened in waves, like the 1848ers that came and established. Pfizer family was in that. The people who...
What she means is Jewish people. She's talking about the waves of immigrants that came to the United States. The mid to late 1800s ones were Jews who moved from Europe because of things like pogroms and discrimination. They immigrated to the United States. So instead of saying Jews, they say things like they and the ones who came in the 1840s. So because obviously Pfizer, evil Jew or something like that, right?
Established kindergarten were in that.
Because vaccines caused the autism. And so because the Jew make the vaccine, that means that the evil who make America the stupid with the vaccine, and then they enslave us with their evil, you see, because they got so much money, and the America was taken from us in the 1800s. We already lost it. I am very smart. I read, listen, Twitter has been very, very informative for my political leanings, you see.
and then again in 1880 after they assassinated the Tsar in Russia under the guise of pogroms. This was the excuse. Oh, all of these people just have to be allowed into America unchecked. Okay, but a huge portion of those people were the people that overthrew him and were actually psychopathic and then went on to mass murder Christians. And then a few of those people then established the Diamond District in America. Julius Armand, like Armand Hammer's family. Armand Hammer, the actor, is named Arm and Hammer for a reason.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, it is known that his father was, or however many grandfathers, was considered Stalin and Lenin's favorite Jew. Right? Which then kind of gets into the question of the media, who for a very long time tried to convince us that Stalin and Vladimir Lenin were anti-Semitic. And then I learned, wait, Stalin was married to...
Yes, they were literally a part of the Jewish cabal that, and credit
when I talk about crushing history, or if you even say that, which I'm saying it, because I looked into it and I found a friend who understands Georgian, and they're like, everybody knows that Stalin was Jewish. And I'm like, but Americans don't know this.
But can they?
Yeah, Americans don't know this because everything is a lie. This is the type of stuff that you would. This is the type of stuff that you say. It's like people. It's cartoonish, the level of conspiracy brain stupidity that this is. But when you open your mind to these types of it's possible to have your mind so open that your brain falls out. And when you open your mind to these types of like weird conspiracy theories with no real backing, because you believe that the government has done something wrong once, and so that must mean that obviously, moving on from that the other things that people say that the government did were also wrong or bad or were connected in some way. And so it's just like this cascading effect of motivated reasoning, where you believe something and then once you believe it, you want to believe that you're right. And so since you need to believe that you're right, you need to believe that the other things connected to that's right. And then once you do that, you believe that the people who you surround yourself with, because you want to be around people who think the same as you to feel like you have some sort of community, then those people then become sounding boards for you. And then so if they believe something, then you're more likely to believe it because you trust them, because they believe what you believe, and we're all right. So if they must believe that, then that must hold some truth to it too. Because I trust them. My friend understands Georgian. My friend who told me that Stalin was a Jew has a family from Georgia, so obviously he must be right? And we just aren't told that. Why? Because the Jews must be. And then you just and like everything has to wrap back into itself. This like overarching a conspiracy that goes throughout the history and the ages of this group that has this non-binary force of evil that's been working against this whole time. It can't simply just be sometimes there are a couple of coincidences and sometimes we're just wrong about things. That can't be the case because I'm right and everybody else is wrong. And the people who I don't like telling me that I'm wrong, they can't be right because they're wrong, right? So the things that they don't say, so the things that they say are wrong have to be right. It's a sort of like reactionary. Somebody who I don't like said something was wrong. So I have to take the opposite position just reactively without thinking, because if they're wrong, then because if I think that they're always wrong, then I want to be right. And so I have to take the opposite position just instantly without thinking much about it. It's just very stupid. It's very dumb. And it's a way for people who don't actually engage in much genuine critical thinking, or analysis of why they believe what they believe, but they love the aesthetics of being intelligent, fall for this type of stuff. Candace Owens is not a smart person. Candace Owens was always somebody who was very, very not talented, but she can jump onto this or that, and she can get incredibly impassioned about things that she dives into. And so this is just her next little special interest. She had a special interest back in the day where she was a part of She was a part of the she was a part of Gamergate, but she was one of the women who were attacked during Gamergate, where she was really into feminism, but she didn't really have some big, broad ideological sorry, she didn't have some like deeper understanding of feminism, and she just kind of threw herself out there and was cringe and got attacked for it, but then got groomed into conservatism, got groomed into hyper religious orthodoxy, and theocratic conservative thought processes by her husband, who once again is friends with a child sex trafficker. That's how she got this interview with Tristan Tate to begin with, who then radicalized her and groomed her into becoming the person that we see here today. It was very obvious. It was very obvious a pipeline that she was shoved down, that anybody could see coming, but nobody could really save her from, because all the people who had dominion over her life were the ones praising her constantly for being more and more crazy. And the guys at the Daily Wire that knew that she could be a nice little cash cow, and they could take advantage of the situation that she was in to prop her up as a content creator. But then it came back to bite them, and then she turned into this. And then she just turned into this, because why wouldn't you turn into this? Every single thing that those conservatives at the Daily Wire and everything believe, well, obviously, in time, boil down to this. Like, a lot of conservatives' ideology is always 7 clicks to Hitler. If I'm going to be honest with you, their huge disdain for postmodernism and feminism and Marxism, and then wanting to stop cultural Bolshevism, and feminism and women's empowerment, and being anti pagan and anti like other religious groups, and pagan and anti another religious group, and anti-atheist, and hyper Christian, conservative and reactionary, being afraid of change, being afraid of new things. Obviously this would lead to you forming these types of conspiracies. I mean, being anti-globalism, about them using their power to globalize the world and send. That's why immigrants are coming in. Obviously, it leads back to Nazism, because you going so far, so deep into this reactionary conservative rabbit hole, is how those people got to Nazism to begin with. Nazism didn't come out of nowhere. Fascism, Nazi, it didn't pop out of nowhere. It didn't pop out of nowhere. In many ways, it's the ultimate promise of conservatism. In many ways, it's the ultimate promise of conservatism. The conservatism that grounds itself in authority, in knowing your place, in the theory of the cruel world, that everybody else is out to get themselves, and we are all born evil, and we can only fight to be good, and everybody is out there for themselves. And you can see it in a lot of these other people, where you can see this in Matt Walsh specifically, where he is incredibly draconian, and Michael Knowles as well, incredibly draconian in their thought processes and ideals, who thinks that we need a strong authoritarian administrative state to execute dissidents, to enforce orthodoxy, and to punish dissent. And to punish deviants who deviate from a already pre-established bubble that people should act in, else they need to be disposed of. We see it all the time. I mean, we also see it in their love of the we also see in their love of the death penalty. They love the death penalty. I mean, even Michael Knowles said he wants to go back to like the 1800s. Their hatred of women's empowerment, their newfound just scratching at the foundation of the civil rights movement and the 19th Amendment. Many conservatives, even including like Charlie Kirk, even floating the idea of gunning down migrants who cross the border to seek asylum, just instantly shooting them in the head the second we see them. Like, these people were very clearly marching to using cultural issues to march towards a goal, and we've seen this goal before. We've seen it Okay, we've seen it before. This hyper authoritarian, hyper off the back of hyper religiosity, this faux populism, this populism disseminated down by millionaires and billionaires. The guy who's supposed to be the anti deep state, anti-ruling class, owning class billionaire, Donald Trump being the forefront of the idea of the work of the guy who's going to save the working man from the globalist and them doing bad things to people like us. The massive spike in chauvinism and nationalism. I mean, this is just what it is. Obviously, this would lead down to this, obviously, because at the end of the road of all these conspiracy theories and all this them posting is anti-Semitism every single time, racism and anti-Semitism every single time. Every single time. Like a couple of things: racism, anti-Semitism, and misogyny. Just that those three will always be together at the end of the road, that people will drop down to. We've seen, like, Pearl Davis drop into all of that type of stuff, including the misogyny as well. Candace Owens has a very rigid and draconian idea of women's place in society as well, and she hopped on to everything like that, and now onto the anti-Semitism as well, right? Because you always have to have this overarching narrative of how you need to go through society, and obviously the further back you look into society, the more restrictive, draconian, deadly, and authoritative, and forceful those states become. And so obviously the further you look back into the past, the more you're going to get ideas like this. It's not surprising. Sorry for the little yap session, because we have more to get to as well. This is not what the whole of the discussion is supposed to be about. We're going to drop off this weird thing here. Mind you, we didn't even get to really touch on the idea that she said two people were Jews. She said Stalin was Jewish, and also the guy who was the founder of Turkey. She said that guy was also Jewish, and they're working together to destroy America and Christianity and whatever, right? I want to move over to her discussion with Andrew Tate, because she also went off the deep end here too. Went absolutely crazy.
So,
yeah, good country choice there.
Yeah, it's a great country choice. Yeah,
smart. I'm a fan of Trump. Obviously, I hope he wins. I'm going to get back into administration and see what the deal is. Or in sitting in. Let's talk about this professionally. If I know drug gangs who do that over control of a street corner, you're telling me they're not going to do that for control of the largest economies on the planet? You're telling me there's not going to be a single conversation about the fact that your children are walking the street for the largest economies on the planet? It's a very scary world these men live in. And I feel like they've had to do a deal with certain interests to survive, unfortunately.
Here it comes.
And it's scary. And then you end up looking at your own position and you're like, okay, well, I do run my mouth a lot. But having a political view and having actual power are different things. These people have actual power to press buttons. And those are the ones they have to keep their finger on. So it's
anybody up pressing their buttons.
It's I don't want to say.
Obviously, I've earned the full ire of the mainstream media, and I don't care, because for me, and that offer was there. I mean, it was very clear to me that this is the one issue. If you don't talk about you can maintain a comfortable life for you and your kids. But I just didn't like how many times I kept finding in the history of Israel and in the president of Israel defense for pedophiles. It just didn't work for me. Like, Zionists were so hardcore about Israel.
Randomly, dude, you say the word they once, and then Jew? She's like a dog, dude. Like you say they, it's like jingling a bag of treats. She comes running from across the house. It's like, dude. Like the word Jew is like you going. Pss, 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 pss. It's crazy. She can't control herself.
times I kept finding in the history of Israel and in the president of Israel defense for pedophiles. It just didn't work for me. Like, you know, that Zionists were so hardcore about Israel, were defending pedophilia, and I pressed an accidental button when I started speaking about Sigmund Freud. The Freud family is what created propaganda. You know, Edward Bernays, the Freud family is what created PR.
This is deep. This is just so you know, this is deep cut anti-Semitism. Like, she's bringing up stuff from like 1800s anti-Semitism, but she believes that like the Jews have been working against Christians since like the dawn of for like 2,000 years now, just so you know. So she's, you know, like the 2 months when she was gone, she was like spending every single day in the trenches reading the most like batshit crazy. Like, she's been reading through like hundreds of years of anti-Semitism, the great theory of the evil Jew. She's been deep into it, deep into it. Only if she like put her nose into like a book or something outside of this. Only if she was reading JJK or something instead of weird anti-Jewish 4chan posts in that 2 months. I think she would have come back as a better person.
PR firms in the world, and they just keep coming up with pedophilia scandals. Clement Freud, pedophile. Sigmund Freud, pedophile. His father, a pedophile. Defending his friend William Fleece, a pedophile. And when,
just so you know, once again, like I know I'm saying a lot, but like Andrew Tate, the guy who she's talking about, all these PDFs doing all these bad things, is literally a guy who was just indicted for sex trafficking a minor from England to Romania to sell CP of as a job. And she's just like, man, isn't it so crazy that all these PDFs are out there doing these terrible things? Isn't that right?
you can then trace that, and it's funny you talk about the streets. These were people that were weapons dealers and drug dealers that then started Hollywood, right? They started Hollywood. Charlie Chaplin, a pedophile, who was under one of their thumbs. And you start realizing when you speak to people in Hollywood and they start speaking about the fact that there's so much pedophilia that's always taken place throughout Hollywood from the 20s, which you could say was the golden age that really Hollywood got established, all the way through to now. The ADL got started defending a pedophile. So to me, if this state is going to be on the side of pedophilia, and for whatever reason people keep turning the other cheek, that everyone who supports the state like seems to be okay with the pedophile origins, the ADL is now involved in our government. We know that a lot of these people in our government are being blackmailed. I wonder why. I personally, you want to hear my conspiracy theorist, I think pornography
that wasn't your conspiracy yet? Wait, she said, you want to hear my conspiracy theory? Bitch, what have we been listening to for the last like 5 minutes? she said, oh wait, and she's like, don't think I'm crazy now. I got a conspiracy theory for you. What? Chat, just so you know, this is the result of grooming. This is the actual result of grooming. She was groomed by her husband and his friends and the people she was around. This is the result of grooming. This is what grooming does to people. This is bad. Yeah. She said you ain't seen nothing. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
Websites are basically, they're able to figure out what your demented interests are. So these people, they're making you more and more.
Anybody up enjoying the demented interest?
Perverse, more and more perverse. Suddenly you're watching some weird stuff, and then they got you watching some 12-year-old girl, whatever it is. Boom, you're under their control.
What? What? So let me see if I get this right. You watch porn. You then watch kinkier stuff. And then one day you wake up, boom, 17 terabytes of CP. Is she speaking from experience or something? Does she know someone like this? Judge, you see. Judge, as you see, they made me like this. I had no control over it. They made me like it. I had no control over it. I couldn't help myself. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's why we're putting you in jail, buddy.
figure out what your demented interests are. So these people, they're making
That's
you
the
more and more
algo.
perverse,
Yeah.
more and more perverse. Suddenly you're watching some weird stuff, and then they got you watching some 12-year-old girl, whatever it is. Boom, you're under their control. And I think this is what Jeffrey Epstein, all of this stuff is about, getting men who would be in positions of power to acquiesce to some like pedophilic pornography, and then they're under their control. I really believe.
So is she saying that Pornhub funnels men into CP to use CP as a sort of chum bucket hat mind control technique? Yeah, okay. I think I will leave it off there. For now, I'm just gonna leave that there. And some people may be like, Shark, you can just go on and debunk that. I'm actually not going to personally debunk that. I'm really not. The reason for why is because I just don't think I need to, because I think instead of me being a big voice on this, you can hear the Nazi king himself, Nick Fuentes, who actually debunks her himself. A guy who has actually made his career anti-Semitism, racism, and misogyny. This guy has even come out against Candace Owens specifically for the claims that she's making. She has become so anti-Semitic, conspiracy pilled, that she has turned Nick Fuentes woke in the eyes of anti-Semites. He actually has to be the voice of reason in the Nazi community, because Candace Owens has gone that far off the deep end. And I'm not joking. This is him on his own show telling you himself.
Now it's just outright Pied Piper. People followed you because they thought you're a serious critic of the Jews in Israel, and now you're steering them away from that and saying, no, it's not Jews. No, it's not the Talmudists. No, it's actually the Frankists. Well, that's false. And we all see what's going on. You know, the implications of it being Jewish people is very true.
Oh, one moment. I think this might be the wrong clip. Wait 1 second. I want to play this after this. Yeah, okay. No, this is the right clip. Sorry. What he's doing right now is that sometimes she doesn't say it's actually Jewish people. Sometimes she said there's some other people who believe some other stuff. So he has two main criticisms. One, she's wrong on a lot of the facts, and two, sometimes she steers people away from true, pure anti-Semitic. He's like orthodox anti-Semitic, and she's like reformist anti-Semitic, and so they're having like a Nazi war there for the two ideologies, right? She's like King James anti-Semitic, and he's like Eastern Orthodox anti-Semitic, and so they're engaging in the dialectics.
And we all see what's going on. You know, the implications of it being Jewish people is very troubling and very disturbing. She goes in really hard. Everybody supports her. And now she's walking it back. Well, you see, it's not really the Jews, it's the Frankists. Well, I'm not really anti-Semitic. Well, she didn't deal in the expert. She didn't deal in the guy. You know, she rips all my talking points. She doesn't deal me in. And then she makes all the rookie mistakes.
So yeah, so what he's saying is that he's really upset that he hasn't been able to be brought onto her her YouTube channel to be able to talk about all the anti-Semitism and stuff. So one thing that you'll know is that she actually hasn't spoken to Fuentes, even though she is friends with some of his lieutenants and admirals and lieutenants. Even though she uses a lot of his talking points, absolutely, he's like you're jacking my style, but you won't like give me a piece of the pie. You're building this like anti-Semitic kingdom for yourself, and you won't even let me in the door. You drop the bridge and you throw me to the moat. You throw me to the alligator-filled moat, and he's upset for he's not able to get the clout off of his ideas that he believes that she's helping try to make mainstream, but also he's making real anti-Semites, like real Nazis like himself, real anti-Semites like himself, look stupid for being juvenile, for being unmatured in her anti-Semitic beliefs as well. He'll explain it here himself.
She gets the facts wrong. She backtracks, you know, but she wanted the spotlight. She didn't want the liability. You know, she wanted to be she was coming for our thing, trying to be an edgelord. And she thought that if she gave a couple of acknowledgments to the Groypers that, you know, she could get Classics Groyps to retweet her, but she doesn't have to give me the acknowledgement that is really deserved. We could have done a big collaboration. She could have been, and you know, she didn't even have to acknowledge me publicly. I could have been giving her talking points or information behind the scenes. She was uninterested in that. And now I'm kind of out. So I unfollowed her on Twitter today. She never followed me back, by the way, which is, you know, just so.
Yeah, he's real mad he didn't get it. He's real mad he didn't get the piece of the pie. He is fuming that he has not been able to get his credit for helping spread all this anti-Semitism. He's like, what the fuck, dude? I've done too much for you. Where's my piece? Come on, deal me in. Let me get a piece. Come on. I'm so hungry. I mean, after being banned from almost everything, I mean, he's been banned from PayPal. He has his credit cards banned and everything. He's on he's on no flight list. He's my boy's struggling out here. Like he needs his dough when he can get it, and being taken advantage of like this it's unspeakable. It's unspeakable. It's just plain wrong. How could you do this to someone like you? I made you. That's so true. Like she's catapulted into anti-Semitic stardom, and she's left the poor boy in the dust after he's done so much for her. After he's gone through so much for her. It's so funny. It is so hilarious. I have another clip here as well that where he was talking to some of his lieutenants about the issue too.
You know, and that's what always happens is people discover that there's something going on with this conspiracy. They figure out something's up, but then they can't really commit. There's some hang up. It's either a psychological hang up or it's they're under pressure socially or career wise. And so even though they know something's up and they know there's something going on, it has to be anything other than what it actually is. So then it turns into, well, it's the Zionists. Well, it's AIPAC. Well, it's the Frankists. Well, it's not all.
Oops, sorry. Here, wrong clip. I wanted to play this one. There's so many clips of him just complaining over and over. Ooh, there's so many. It's easy to get him mixed up. Yeah, here we go. There's so many of him he's actually been talking about this for days and days. She's been on his mind for quite some time now.
And she's calling them the Bolshevists, and she says that, she gets all the details wrong about that. And then she says Stalin was Jewish. Stalin was not Jewish. Mm-hmm. And then she says,
this is why I don't have to explain to you why everything that she said was wrong, because even Orthodox Nazis are fact checking her on why it's so wrong.
Ataturk was secretly Jewish. Ataturk was not secretly Jewish.
Oh, little F. Little F, sorry. Some people in chat were like little F. Little hiccup on the stream on their end, apparently. Sorry about that, guys. You back? Okay, yeah. Anyways, yeah, this is why I don't have to fact check her that hard, because even Orthodox Nazis are going to be the ones who come out against her.
And she's calling
they got the scrolls.
Bolshevists, and she says that, she gets all the details wrong about that. And then she says Stalin was Jewish. Stalin was not Jewish. And then she says Ataturk was secretly Jewish. Ataturk was not secretly Jewish. And then, but I didn't say anything. I said, whatever. You know, I said, oh, well, you know, not everyone's perfect. I said, yeah, it's not really a good look, but, you know, she's learning. I said she's going to get on the ball eventually. So I didn't say anything. I held my tongue, even though that was not really a good look. Okay. You can't really go hard like that and stake the reputation of you and everybody on this and then like get it wrong really severely over and over. She's talking about, you know, all this stuff that like, it just doesn't even really make any sense. You know, but then
bro, she's actually too anti-Semitic for them. He's like, you everything she says about Jewish people is just so wrong. How is this happening? Everybody's Jewish. She's this crazy conspiracy theorist. Ooh, who's this lady? Some crazy conspiracy lady who thinks the Jews are doing everything and are so conspiracy minded. This is why you guys have to be more grounded and ideological. This is why you got to do more thinking, okay? Like you can't just run out into the races and think that you can just you're gonna give us Nazis a bad name. She's giving the anti-Semites a bad name. Come on, it's a bad look. We all got to clean up her mess after she does this. Come on, guys. You really do hate to see it. Rookie mistake. He did literally say rookie mistake. She's making like rookie anti-Semitic mistakes. Candace Owens is not ready for prime time. She is not ready for prime time, he says. She still needs, it's underbaked. You stick the toothpick in and it comes out wet.
lately she's been saying this Frankist thing. And I'm going to put something out. I'm not sure exactly when, but I think it's going to be a big collaboration. We're going to talk about this Frankist lie. You know, and the difference between me and her, one, I'm a really good researcher. Two, I really know what the fuck I'm talking about because I've been doing this a long time. It's one of the things you learn.
Yeah, he's an old man in this anti-Semitic game. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. He's been round the Nazi block, and it's just something that like Greenhorns heard she's too wet behind the ears, man. Like she ain't ready for prime time, and he's actually going to release a Candace Owens anti-Semitic debunk like call out video on her with the rest of his lieutenants on why she's wrong and giving the Nazi community a bad name. You know, listen, she's sending the Nazi community back to 1945, and like they can't take that, man. They were on the cusp of so much greatness. This can't be happening to us. I think it's just kind of wild. This is what kind of blew my mind, is just how dumb, conspiracy minded, groomed and ridiculous Candace Owens is, that even the orthodox Nazis can't even sign on to the stuff that she's saying anymore. Like they can't even hold their tongue for how absolutely mind-numbingly brain dead this person is. And I'm not saying that they're good people. I'm just saying, like, they also believe things that are lies, that are untrue, that are ridiculous. They also believe in these types of conspiracy theories as well. But it's just a highlight that even the group that she should be pandering to, even they understand how wrong that she is. Even they understand that she's falling into motivated reasoning pitfalls that are just simply incorrect, that he even has to come back and fact check. And obviously there's a level of greed and jealousy and like bad blood there, because he didn't get dealed into all the anti-Semitism bucks that she's been raking in off of taking his ideas. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, dog, like, if they're not your ideas, like they're not, this whole Nazi thing, it ain't new. It ain't new. Like he's just taking ideas from that one guy who didn't get into painting school, and he's taken a bunch of stuff from some random religious leaders back in the goddamn 500s or something. It's all just theft to these conservatives over and over again, just recycling the same garbage to put a new spin on it. Just this new crop likes to put an undercut and a suit on it, the same way the guys before them like to put like Catholic robes on it. It's just never ending cycle of curses that these people subject us to. But I just think it was a little funny to go over how even the people who've fallen into the traps that they've laid can't even get their own stupidity right. You can't even be wrong correctly. Doesn't that really say something about someone? Makes a lot of sense that she's a neat now, huh? Okay, that's it. We're done. We're done. I haven't seen anybody talk about that. Like this issue. It's kind of it's kind of flown under the radar for the last couple of days, but I wanted to talk about it because it just seems so ridiculous. It's so silly. It was just really funny to me when I was watching some of the videos and going back and forth on some of it, and I was like, wow, they really can't even be Nazis correctly, huh? They can't even be baddies correctly. How did that work? Hey Shark, I'm sub, but I'm still a white name. Can you see if you can get that sorted out, please? Yeah, you got the tier 2 sub or something, didn't you? Is that right? What the heck? You're so right. Was that a tier 1 or tier 2? Sorry about that. Yo, Paige, nice to see you. Hey, buddy. How's it been? It's been a hot minute. Yeah, I just haven't been streaming much. I hope you've been doing well, friendo. Just watch politics streams, so I haven't been here in a while. All of that. To say your mic sounds so good now. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate you. Hey, thank you. Thank you. I did a little bit of work on it. Tier 1. Okay, thank you. I'll make sure to get that sorted. I'll hit up Nervosa to ask if they can help out. That's been happening every now and again. So just in case if that happens to you, if you subscribe over on the website and you did not see your subby wubby coming up, your beautiful colors that you worked so hard for on your account, or if there's any other problems, just hit me up and I'll try and get it sorted out as quickly as possible. It's usually not too much of an issue. It usually pops up. It's usually like a few clicks in the back end. I can't do it myself, but I can hit up the people who do, and they do great work. They're good people, as far as I know. I bled for this green. I know. Listen, and we don't want that blood to be wasted. Of course. Thanks. Of course. No problem. Thank you for being a part of the friend team, being incredibly pog. I appreciate you. But yeah, how you been, Paige? How you been doing? Hey, listen, I mean, you don't worry about not being here recently. I haven't been here recently either. I took a little break. Took me a little breaky break. I'm just getting back. This has been like my 4th stream in the last like 2 weeks, so don't sweat it. Do not sweat. Do not worry about it. But I am back now, and we've been having a lot of fun. What do you guys think, chat? It feels like I haven't been gone at all. I feel better than I was when I left, really. I've been feeling really good. These streams have been really fun. It's just like I'm still working out the times when it comes to when the best time to stream is, since the GF's work schedule has changed dramatically since the last time we spoke. So I'm still working out that. I think I might want to try to get streams done earlier, but you also might see some truncated streams, some streams that are a bit shorter, some streams that are at different times, like a shorter stream earlier, a longer stream later, something like that. This probably going to work out like that, just so I can get my streaming time in for you all, and I can work around the girly schedule, because it used to be easier when I had my car still, but since my car broke down and got totaled, there's been some car issues, so I've had to work on that. She used to be able to just take herself to work, and that's not possible anymore right now. So hopefully we get that fixed soon. So thank you all for the support, because that's going towards finishing my car payment that I wasn't even able, that the insurance wasn't even able to completely cover. So I need to finish my car payment there, and then buy another car. So I appreciate you all for the support. So thank you for that. Do you guys live together now? Yeah, we live together. Yeah, we do. We absolutely do. And she's fantastic. She's so lovely. I see you're twisting updates with your GF, and you're so cute. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate you. Hey, actually, August 7th was our 1-year anniversary as well. So that was really nice to spend it with her together. Thanks for the sub page. Thanks for the 6 months in a row. I'm being incredibly pog. Thanks, buddy. We didn't do too much for the anniversary. We just kind of enjoyed each other's company, really. You know, I got her this really nice bouquet of flowers that I had customized to her liking, because she really likes lilies. And so I got her that. But the big thing I did for her was last year, when it was her birthday, because our birthdays are actually really close together, and so it was in the wintertime as well. So what I did was I went out with one of my friends, actually, because you got to keep a couple women around. If you're a guy, you got to keep a couple of girls in the back pocket as friends, right? Not only is it always good to have it's always good to have a woman looking over your shoulder to see if you're to just kind of check you every here and there, you know, poke you in the right direction. But also, they can help you out when with important things sometimes, because girls love being a matchmaker, and also helping out when you're getting stuff for other girls. They love that. That's what I've noticed. That girls love going out with their like guy friends and helping them get something for their girlfriends. That's very fun for them. So I get to spend some quality time with my friends, and also you know, give them a little bit of enrichment. You know, give your female friends a little bit of enrichment. They love that stuff. So I took my friend Coral out to get some enrichment. And we went to a couple of ring places, and it was also great as well, because she actually has the same ring size as my girlfriend. And so what I did was I took Coral out to a bunch of jewelry shops to shop for a promise ring for her birthday last year. And so we went to a bunch of different places. I started to find like a sort of style that I liked, and I had them pop it on Coral, and Coral was like, my friend was like, this one's kind of, I might be getting this one for myself. So she was definitely having fun, until we finally stumbled upon one that I really liked, and it was this white gold ring with different shades of aquamarine, which is her birthstone, in it, that are teardrop cut, and are like laid kind of like next to each other in like sort of this unique sort of leaf pattern on the ring. And she's not the type of girl who wants like a bunch of diamonds and a big ring. She really doesn't. She doesn't even. I think like every time I've like done a little like, oh, like, you know, take a look at these, like which one do you think are interesting, right? She's always like the more subdued ones, honestly. So it was really nice that it was more subdued, and it was her birthstone, and I thought it would work out really well. And so that was only one part of her birthday gift that I got. On top of that, also what I did was I then planned an entire 2 days, a day before her birthday and her birthday, at this high scale hotel, and also got a reservation at this high scale hotel for 2 nights in Louisville, and so that was the Galt House, I'm pretty sure. This is really beautiful hotel. Let me see if I can pull up a picture for you. Yeah, the Galt House is a really nice hotel. If you live in Louisville, if you know anything about it, you know it's a really a beautiful hotel on the inside. Hotel photo. Let me look at the photo gallery so I can just show you some of the pictures of inside, so you can see. Yeah. See here's where I took her. Really, it's really cool. It's a really big hotel, really pretty place, right? It's an old hotel in Kentucky, so it has some. So she hasn't been in Kentucky for too long, so it was a great like little taste of like old school Kentucky that people love. It's a really nice hotel. So we explored this a little bit we had a lot of fun. And so I set up a bunch of stuff to do on the day before her birthday. I got her nails done, and then I got her hair done, and then I took her to the Gold House, and I didn't tell her what I was doing either. She had no clue any of this stuff was happening. But I just said, I'm getting your nails done, I'm getting your hair done, and then we're going to Louisville. Because I've planned stuff, and she was scared, and she was like kept asking questions, but I never would tell her exactly what we were doing. But over time, she found out. So I remember that she told me she always wanted to go to an escape room. So I planned an escape room. So we went to an escape room, and that was really fun. It was an escape room made for more people, but we were one puzzle away from escaping the room. And it was actually really fun. I don't want to reveal the stuff that we went through, but it was like a whole bunch of different puzzles, and she was having so much fun. She was having the time of her life. We died. It was called the I think it was called the Electrodrome is what it is. The story is that Nikola Tesla's daughter holds his most dangerous creations that he made in this warehouse, and then invited people over, and you guys got an invitation to go, but she keeps it secret and she keeps it hidden, right? But she didn't tell people that. But people said it was her birthday, and so you got an invitation to a birthday party. But she didn't recognize you. Wait, looks like you were set up by somebody who wanted to take you out. And so what happened is that she was scared that you were people who found out about her father's dangerous creations that should never see the light of day. So she planned for this. She set a time bomb in the warehouse to blow up all of it because if these creations ever got out, if these patents ever got out, it would destroy the whole world. So it was needed to happen. When she noticed that you unfamiliar faces showed up, she locked the door behind her, locking you in with the bomb and the creations, and you need to find a way out to reverse engineer some of the patents to find clues on different parts of the room in the warehouse to defuse the bomb and escape before it's all over. That was the whole thing. That was the plot, and it was a whole lot of fun. And the game master there was he was a pretty cool and chill dude too. I was cracking jokes with him over the speakerphone. He was a funny guy, and he was incredibly nice to us. After that, we went to a bunch of restaurants she's never went before. We went to like the shopping district down there on like the main street, and we adventured around Louisville, and it was really great. And that was the first day. And then the second day, we did a couple more stuff. I took her shopping a little bit. She got to wear some of her dresses she hadn't had the opportunity to wear yet. And then I finished the night with what I really wanted to, which was promise that I'm going to love her forever, and then give her her promise ring that I got for her that fit perfectly. Thank you, Coral. As well as take her to the restaurant I planned for that night for her birthday. And that was to the Brown Hotel. And if you another hotel, right? The Brown Hotel, if you know anything about it, it's the old venerable hotel in Louisville, Kentucky, that's been around since like the 1800s or whatever, and has served like goddamn Lincoln and Washington. It's the hotel that hosts the it's the hotel that made the classic Kentucky special food menu item, the hot brown, named after the restaurant itself. And so yeah, she got put on her dress, and I put on my suit and everything, and we went out to the hotel. And this is something like her family has had it tough for most of her life. And so I just wanted to show her how much like I care about her, and also kind of give her some experiences that she wasn't able to have when they were younger. Because when you're young, and you have to live with like a tightened belt, that you just don't get to experience what it's like to let loose. And I wanted to give her that as well. What is that? The hot brown, it's an open faced sandwich where it's bread and like slow cooked turkey with tomato and bacon with a cheese sauce drizzled over it that gets broiled, so it gets kind of like crispy and like crackly on the top. It was really tasty. It was pretty good. I'm gonna be honest with you. So, but yeah, then we got an Uber and I took her there, and then we went to the Brown, and this is what the Brown looks like on the inside. So she was like, whoa, I haven't been here either, so I got an experience too. I haven't been to the Brown myself, but it was a really nice place. We had this really nice seat. When we went, there was also a person who was playing the piano live. Right. Yeah, there was a ballroom. There wasn't any dancing going on at the moment, but we got to experience some like live piano work that whole night, and the servers were incredibly nice, and all the food was great, and it was perfect, and we got to try like some different wines, and she was like, I'm so fancy. I'm like, we're fancy tonight, girl. And yeah, we just had we had just like a fantastic night, and she said it was her best birthday ever, and I was really happy that I could give her that. So yeah. Yeah. Sorry for the yap session, but yeah, I thought it was just a little fun. I'm not sure if I told you all that whole story yet. So, did you get on one knee? It's a promise ring, not a engagement ring. So no, I didn't. I did not do that, but I did give her a bouquet of flowers with it. So close enough. Did you pack her luggage or tell her what to? Oh, I just told her to pack. I just told her to pack for 2 days. Listen, I wanted it to be a nice night. I didn't want to boyfriend it up and pack her luggage for her and end up like missing something. So I said, yeah, pack your own shit and do it and pack for 2 days, and then we'll head out. Happy for you, dog. Thank you. What's a promise ring? A promise ring is kind of like, it's a low level engagement ring, right? Like you can use, it's a promise ring is kind of a ring that you give when you want to promise something or show commitment to someone. That's not an engagement ring. It is a lower level than an engagement ring, which is a lower level than a wedding ring, right? Shark kidnapped her. I mean, I kind of did. She was originally from Florida. So some people say kidnap, some people say rescue. You know, just it depends on how you view it, right? Oh, you're a beautiful man. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Drawing a little comic about the date my BF and I had when I had our first kiss. Oh, that was really cute. That's great. She was from Florida. She was originally from Florida, yeah. So yes, rescued is how I don't like to say kidnap. I like to say rescued. Saved, even. The fact that they're known for a sandwich isn't the aesthetic I expected. Yeah. I get it. I see. But I mean, it's well known in Kentucky. You know, the hot brown. Let me see if I can like show you a little bit about it. Do I have this little bit hot brown? Let me see. The hot brown itself. I'm not sure if let me see if I can just show you a picture of it. It's an open face sandwich, so it's like it doesn't look like you eat it with a fork and knife. Yeah, so this guy. So this is kind of how it comes. It's actually really good. It is actually like really good. I'll take 2, please. I'm gonna just be real. You won't be able to make it through 2. I'm gonna be real. You won't be able to. The 1 is honestly, it's pretty big. It's pretty big. It's like this. It's a lot because it's a whole turkey breast that's under that thing. A whole turkey breast smothered in bacon, cheese, tomato, herbs, with some like handmade bread. It is a lot of food, but it is really good. So yeah, I would say if you ever come to Kentucky or anything, and you have the time and the money and you feel like you want to be a little fancy, take a trip to the Brown Hotel and grab yourself a hot brown. It's very good. Imagine living right next to Ohio. Couldn't be me. Well, Kentucky touches 7 states, so I kind of just try to. Ohio is just like 1 out of 7. It's just 1/7 of the states I'm next to. So I just kind of, I like to like drown it out. It gets watered down, thankfully. You kidnapped her when we could have been friends. Sorry, but it is what it is. I hope you get saved too. I hope someone saves you too. Rescuing girls from Florida should be that should get you like the Congressional Medal of Honor, I think. That's just my personal opinion though. I was thinking it was like a sub with filling in melted cheese. No, it looks a little bit more high scale than how I explained. The ingredient, just listing off the ingredients doesn't do it justice. It's how it's put together and presented too. Yeah, I should get a tax credit for rescuing girls from Florida, honestly. Like, it's called the Lord's work. It should be taxed. Everything I buy for her should be tax deductible. That's maybe I'm just going a little hard on it, but that's just what I think. I'm just saying, I think the world would be a better place, honestly. But yeah, that's what me and the girl have been up to. So we've been good. She got a new job, actually, like a really nice job that I can even call a career. She's being paid better than she ever has been. And on top of that, we were really worried. I was worried for her a little bit when it comes to the jobs that she works at. Just because I just want her to be I just want to see her happy. She's really happy when she works at jobs with with like a good environment and employees that she can just like appreciate, enjoy, like be around and be happy with. And so when I met her, she was working at a job that paid better than her other jobs, but she absolutely hated it. She was even being sexually harassed by her boss, actually, who had a wife. I don't know, when I heard all that, I pushed her to quit her job. Actually, I pushed her to quit her job, and then she moved in, and I was just taking care of her, honestly. I was like, take your time, take as long as you want to get a new job. Don't even sweat it. Enjoy your life. Because like I said, like her family wasn't super well off, so she'd been working for as long as she could, as long as she'd been able to, really. And so yeah, I was like, yo, take a load off, just enjoy life. And so we just enjoyed life together. Honestly, I had no problem paying for a lot of stuff, channels doing well. I wasn't really spending money on anything, so now I have somebody to spend money on, so that's good. I have somebody to spoil, and so that was really fun. And so yeah, we just enjoyed life and everything. And then she found another job, and where she really loved the people who she worked with, but she didn't. But the pay was way worse than her previous job. So she was still upset about that. But but also like it's like taking care of her isn't hard, It's kind of like a cat, like they kind of take care of themselves. It doesn't ask for money like super often either. Like I just get her things that she wants or needs, but she's one of those girls who doesn't like handouts. Girls that they're stubborn and they don't like asking for help, stuff like that, and they don't like the idea that people are like taking care of them. She's one of those. So it was never really that hard to take care of her. So yeah, she found like the opposite, where the money was good, but the environment was bad. And then she found an environment that's good, but the money was bad. And so she was looking again for another job. And then this time she found exactly what she was looking for, through some of my friends as well, who like, recommended her, this job. since she said that there's a really nice environment and the pay was so much better, and there was a whole lot of opportunity for her to move up. And then so she went to the interview. I told her that, like, you know, just go there and be yourself, and like you're good enough to get any job that you want, so just get it done. And she did, and she was in contention with this other girl that she was who was also going for the interview. But apparently after she got the job, they told her that after she left that first day after the interview, she made such an impression on the entire the entire workplace that all the girls that work there, there's only women that work there, I don't know why, but all the girls that work there were all like, pick her, to the hiring manager after she came out of the interview room. After she left, they were like, we like her, we want her, pick that girl, that one right there. She's what we need here. And so she got the job instantly, lickety split. And I told her, like, obviously I was like, that's my girl, of course they'd pick her. I picked her, and if I know anybody else would, because I have good taste. But yeah, so she got the job super easy, and has been really enjoying it. They pay really well. She's been paying for my stuff now. Now I'm house husband. I'm the trophy husband. I'm enjoying myself a little bit. I mean, so yeah, I'm house husband now. Thankfully, it's a beautiful time to be alive. I'm messing with you. And so, but yeah, she's able to pay for all of her stuff and then some. And now she's getting stuff for her computer, and she's building out her computer because she's a gamer too. And she wants to play a bunch of really intensive games that her computer that she has now wasn't able to play. So she's like redoing her old computer now and envisioning all of that and getting her great gamer girl desk cooked up in her head. And now she has money to not only like window shop but actually shop too. So and she has fallen in love with the workplace as well. She is so happy. Like I'm telling you, like, this girl hates being woken up, but she puts up with having to get to work at like 7:45, 8:15 a.m. Because she just appreciates she just enjoys the girls that she works with that much. It's just that nice of a workplace, like, genuinely. I was surprised. I was like, wow, right? But she likes them. And I kid you not, the first 2 weeks that she was working there, they invited her to the group chat and then invited her out and paid for her ticket to go watch a movie with them. So they all, like, the whole workplace, all the girls bought the entire row in a theater, and then they all went out to go watch a movie together recently. And she said it was like super fun, and the girls were super nice, and she's gotten close to her like desk buddy and everything. It's just, yeah, she's just really been enjoying herself. What game does she play? She's a League player. She likes to play League and TFT, Teamfight Tactics, auto chess, League auto chess. She likes that, and some she likes Fortnite. She likes but she wants to play other games too. It's just her computer can't handle them super well. I think she played some other shooters, but yeah, she has a lot of fun. Sometimes she plays games on my computer too. Make her play with you? Dude, I've had to play with her. She made me play with her. She made me play League and League with her, and she made me play TFT. So I get it. The boy wife. I am boy wife, honestly, and it's great. It's great being boy wife. It's fantastic. Incredible experience, I must say. You boys need to get yourself you boys need to get yourself one. That's why I stopped working in fast food and customer service in general. Yeah, I get you. Just water and feed her daily. Well, the thing is, I have been watering and feeding her daily. Yeah, actually, because since I cook a lot, I've been cooking for her. I think that's one of the reasons why I've been able to keep her around for so long. Is because I cook. And she's been very much enjoying the food that I've been making for her. She's an eater as well, so yeah, she has been enjoying herself, I will say. from like different pasta recipes to like I made like some creme brulee not too long ago. I made beef bourguignon. She really likes the scampi the shrimp scampi pasta that I make. Too. I mean, there's a whole bunch of foods that we've been making, and she wants to. I've been getting into making pizzas recently. If you look back through my timeline on my pictures, timeline on Twitter, you'll see some of the little pizzas that I've been making as well. And so I made her like a pepperoni home pizza not too long ago. There was Chipotle chicken shawarma that we made recently. We've been making smash burgers. She's a big burger fiend. She's a huge burger fiend. So yeah, she loves it when I make smash burgers. I made these steak sandwiches a little while ago. Some rigatoni. With parsley or ricotta. So yeah, that was really fun. That was really, really fun too. Burger. Give me burger. I'm hungry, please, burger. I'm hungry, please. Yeah, whole different types of foods. So many different foods. It's been really fun. Make her your subby support. Yeah, she wants me to duo lane with her as I play ADC and she plays support. So she plays support and ADC. She's what's his name? Jin? Not Jin. What's the guy with like 2 guns? Is Jin the guy with 2 guns? He's got 2 guns and he's like pew pew. And he be shooting that thing. Lucian? No. I'm going to bed. Yeah, take care. Thanks for being around. Great Greek yogurt protein pizza. It was fire. Really? I haven't seen that. Thank you. Take care, Kit. Nice to see you again. I wish I had that. God, I see what you do for other people. Where's mine? Are the straight allegations true? It's not Pride Month anymore, right? So I can say yes. Oh, you guys remember when I shoutcasted her her games in Tekken? That was really fun. So yeah, she played Tekken. I gotta get her back into Tekken. I think it'd be really fun. To take her to like a local to like a local Tekken tournament or something. You don't even know how funny that would be. That would be hilarious. I'm gonna be real. So yeah, maybe sometime. But yeah, but that's all I got for today. That's all I got with you. I gotta cut it. You all keeping me around by talking about the GF. You know, you've been trying to milk more hours out of me for streaming. You know I get caught up talking about that lady. You can't do this to me. I was supposed to go to bed earlier. Greek yogurt and flour. Oh yeah, I forgot. We made butter chicken recently too. I didn't take any pictures of it, I don't think. But yeah, did I? Yeah, I don't think I did. I should have taken pictures of that because we made butter chicken from scratch. Well, not the sauce for the chicken. Not the butter chicken sauce from scratch. I added some more butter, some extra butter, because I didn't think it was buttery enough. But yeah, we made butter chicken. And we didn't make the butter chicken from scratch, but I made the naan from scratch. I made naan bread from scratch because I forgot to buy it. I forgot to buy it from the store when we were out, and so I was like, no, we need some more naan bread. How are we gonna eat butter chicken without naan? And so we were like, man, are we gonna go out to the store? And then I looked in the fridge and we had Greek yogurt, and I was like, I got bread flour, we got Greek yogurt. I think that means we can make a naan, right? And so I just straight up made them. I just made a couple naan. I just made a couple garlic naan real quick, and they turned out amazing. They were so good. And so yeah, we were just eating butter chicken and naan, just vibing out. So that's what I was doing in my while I wasn't streaming. So I was healing my mental, just saying, healing my mental. And so yeah, it was pretty fun. Extra free shark content, right? No Timo top Giga Chad Steve. I don't think she plays top. I'm more of a top player, honestly. I like to be a solo player. My failure is my own, and my success is my own as well. Except for when the jungler doesn't come to gank my Lang, that shitty fuck, then I feed. And I throw the game and I rage and I run it down mid. Obviously, I mean, that's part of the fun with League, right? So yeah, it was yeah, we were really just chilling, but I'm happy to be streaming again. It's been really fun. I need to get back to I think tomorrow morning I'm going to be spending some time cutting up some more streams and preparing some more uploads. I want to get ahead in uploads finally. I've been behind for a long time, so getting ahead would be really nice, and save me a little bit of time in the rest of the day as well. Don't overextend without wards. I wouldn't have to worry about overextending without wards if my shitty jungler would gank my lane for once. But you know, we all have different ideas about how to play a game, right? If my shitty garbage trash tier jungler who needs to delete the game before they delete themselves would simply gank my lane once, I wouldn't have to throw the game for everybody else. So editing stream, I don't know, maybe sometime. I don't know. No, that's definitely recycled content if I've ever heard it in my life, but I don't know, we'll see. I make thumbnails on stream every now and again. But yeah, fun stuff. Thanks for watching, everybody, today. Everybody, not everybody today, silence. Thanks for watching today, everybody. I've started, you know how I used to like have a bunch of tabs open? I don't know why I never thought about this in the 4 years that I've been making content, but I was like, instead of like having open tabs constantly and having like 100 open tabs for every like segment that I want to do, especially the bigger ones, why don't I just put the links in a Google Doc with a short title so I know what I'm clicking on? And I was like, oh, sick. And so that's what I was doing today, and I think it worked really well. I think it worked pretty well. I really liked it. That's what I was doing for the last segments that I did were all put together like that. And I thought it helped me stay really organized. It's way easier to jump out of line if I need to grab something, because I can see titles instead of having to guess which tab I'm on. So yeah, I think I'm gonna be continuing to do that. That's actually a smart idea. Only if I would have thought about that years ago. But yeah, whatever. Listen, better late than never. So that's what I say. Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate you. Gaming stream. You know, we need to get back to another Crab's Treasure to finish it. So I think that's true. And also, the girlie has been begging me to buy and play Black Myth Wukong. So I guess if you guys want to see me play as Goku sometime, Monkey Goku, then I guess I can do that for you all too. I saw some gameplay of it, and I was like, that might be cool. So I don't know, maybe we'll play the Xi Jinping game. Xi Jinping, give me a good Souls-like game, and my life is yours, and my data is yours. Ooh. Ooh. Thank you, Xi. Thank you for finally exerting some good soft Chinese power on my country. I've been waiting for this. Finally, some good freaking Chinese food. So yeah, maybe we'll try that out sometime. You want the Deadlock beta? I mean, you guys. I mean, I can give it a try, sure. But I guess if you're offering to send me like a code, I mean, I guess you can send it to my email or DM if that's what you're talking about. I haven't looked into it, but yeah, I mean, sure. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I appreciate you all, and I hope to have you back for another meme stream. Have a good night.